grows really good. They eat.
They love my hostas.
Yeah, I had them and I just gave up.
Yeah.
And
Also, Jeff, I just.
else.
Not on Zoom, I just sent my board email.
Strawberries, you know, the wild.
Oh, yeah.
My deck, you can, you know, they're in
Really?
a planter and everything. On my deck.
I like
Somebody.
They're not
paid them.
shy.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight for our meeting. It is 7:01, Thursday, February 8th. Start the meeting. Call the meeting to order at 7:01. We have our land acknowledgement and anti-racism statement online. We'll start tonight with the roll call. We have everyone here with AJ as an excused absence. Lori's joining us on Zoom. Item number 1 tonight's the adoption of the agenda.
Move to adopt the agenda.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Item number 2 is the consent agenda. Item 2A was the meeting minutes for January 25th, 2024. Any comments or corrections? Hearing none, can I get a motion?
I move to adopt. So the minute, I move to adopt the minutes.
Get a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Yeah.
All right, hearing none, that's unanimous. Okay, item number 3, move on to any announcements. Any announcements? Rob?
Yeah, it's just kind of a friendly reminder. We got to really get down into our microphones. I know we brought this up before, but they're extremely directional. And I'm just going to come back. You aren't going to be able to hear me at this level here at all. You really got to get down into them. So just a friendly reminder. And then for those of you with laptops, just a friendly reminder, please make sure that those microphones are muted. We'll get a strong feedback loop if those are ever turned on. So just a friendly reminder. Thank you.
What was that? No, just.
I'll repeat that.
Hey, we all got to speak close to the microphone, and I'm guilty of that myself. Any additional comments or announcements?
I have one.
Linda? Excuse me, Timmy?
I just wanted to let everybody know that on Friday, February 16th, there will be a movie shown here in the dance barn. The starts at 6. The movie will start at 6:30, but the doors will open at 6. They'll be showing Lyle Lyle Crocodile. Bring your kids. There'll be popcorn and water, some games, and I think there was prizes that were talked about, and come and enjoy a fun family night.
Thank you. Any other announcements?
It's sponsored by CTK.
Go ahead, Sonia.
I'm just questioning, is that sponsored by CTK?
It's sponsored by Sudden Valley, but CTK is providing the movie for us.
So
It's
they have all of the appropriate permitting and
Yes, they
they're
do.
using our events funding.
There's no funding.
There's no cost.
Okay. Okay. Well, except for the expense of that, we've got to have staff to open this and we're heating it. So we have staff that would have to be at the event to open the building, and we've got heating, et cetera. They're not paying to rent the, I'm just clarifying because I wasn't aware that the association had decided to sponsor that event. So this is the first I heard of it. Just trying to get clarity on it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other announcements?
Yeah, it's Saturday.
You want to announce it?
There's another chipping event. So for all of the residents who might have tree limbs or branches, anything that's chippable. So what you can't bring are piles of leaves because they just gunk up the chipper. But if you do have branches and limbs you want to get off your property, you can bring them to the overflow parking across from Gate 5. There will be maintenance staff on hand this Saturday between 2 and between 10 and 2, 10 in the morning through 2 in the afternoon. And if there's a big crowd at 2, our staff member has said he will not close. But please try and get there between 10 and 2 with your chippable material. And we are moving a lot of that chippable material from the Gate 5 overflow to the 2 different gardening areas where people can get plots to have vegetable gardens. So we're making best use of the materials that are being generated through these events. I know that everyone had multiple branches down, so if you're still looking to get rid of them, that's where to do it.
A quick question on that. Was there a limitation on the size of was it 6 or 8 inch max?
8-inch max.
8 inch max. So don't bring any tree stumps.
Also, there's potentially firewood if you want to split it. That's a year-round thing when we cut timber. We'll put fireplace size lengths in the area in front of the maintenance area in Area Z. So if you turn in, it's just off to the left. Big quarry spalls. You drive over these big rocks and then there's the wood in there.
Thank you, Joanne. Any additional announcements? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to item number 4, which is property owner comments. Do we have any property owners to make comments tonight? Yes, sir. Come on up, please. We need your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Michael DeVolio, and my address is 37 Longshore Lane. And I'm here tonight because I am interested in the way the board is going to act on the issues related to the marina. And I'm hoping, number one, that you will respect the will of the voters that was expressed in the last election. And number two, I'm hoping that any member of the board who has a vote at the marina will do the ethical thing and recuse yourself from this vote. Thank you.
That would eliminate half the board. But thank you very much for your comments, sir. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Michael.
Any additional property owner comments? Thank you, sir. Name and address, please.
At Singleton, I'm at 75 Windward. So again, going along with the same statement of concerns about the marina, I've also got additional in the exact same statements as far as that you guys are following along with what the overall community asked for, what they voted for, what what won on that ballot. There was 3 things on that ballot. And I find it important that all of them are weighed the same amount. If you asked for the question, if we asked the question to the community and the community answered, then you guys should be weighing that in on y'all's decisions. There's another question I had was around the old dilapidated barn that was out here. That was another thing that we voted on. And I know that what ended up winning in that vote was that it was to be demolished. Am I correct? Yeah. Okay. Inside the finances, that was the book that came out for the suggested accounting for this year. There was provisions in there to build a pavilion already there. What happened to those funds?
It hasn't.
I can answer that, sir.
Joanne?
This year, the budget contains funds for the demolition of that structure and also for beginning the design phase, I believe. But the construction wouldn't start until the following years. So it's just projected out across a number of years.
So am I inaccurate in the statement that the vote to completely demolish it and not build anything new was not what won?
That's correct.
So what the pavilion was what won?
The open-sided pavilion.
Okay, then that was just a misunderstanding on my part.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you very much. Any additional announcements? Yeah, thank you. Please, come on. Yeah.
Liz Vidal, Rocky Ridge Drive.
Can't hear you.
Liz, could you put in the
Sorry.
microphone? There, thank you.
I just wanted to say in regards to your comment about that would be half the board, I think that's kind of the reason that you should recuse yourself, because this looks like an attempt at benefiting, making, what's the word I'm looking at? It's self-serving if you guys are voting against what the community requested and clearly stated they wanted, and doing it in order to keep dues or your fees lower. I mean, it just looks really bad if half the board, is voting for something against the community will that benefits themselves. So I do hope you will recuse yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional comments or comments? Sorry, any additional comments from anyone? No, and I'll have you back up now if you'd like. We'll give you another opportunity. Okay, no worries. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. We're going to move on to item number 5 is a GM report by Joanne.
Thank you. January's challenging weather required that staff focus on keeping roads passable and communicating road conditions to the community. As time allowed, we turned our attention to completing year-end activities and planning 2024 activities. The snowstorm impacts. The extreme cold that preceded last month's snowstorm caused significant disruption and damage to the association. Due to the cold, a layer of packed snow and ice formed over the roadways and could not be removed through plowing. While plowing did remove layers of additional snow, the roads were still extremely slippery. Identical conditions were seen throughout Whatcom County and in Bellingham, and we were in touch with the road crews working out of both those municipalities. Additionally, and adding to the fun, many trees were damaged by the cold and then the heavy weight of the snow. Someone told me that it was a silver frost. I don't know if that phrase is meaningful, but basically, a lot of times when we went to cut into the trees that had fallen, we saw immense amounts of sparks coming off the chainsaw because there was an ice layer inside the tree. And that made for very difficult conditions overall. Anyway, since the start of 2024, 39 hazardous tree incidents, some involving multiple trees, have been managed by our maintenance team or by an external tree removal contractor. And these are only the trees that fell onto roads or were located on SVCA common property. Many members have also been removing fallen or hazardous trees and limbs. A day has not gone by since the final days of the snowstorm when we don't get multiple inquiries about, how do I get a permit to remove this hazardous tree? What do I need to do to get rid of these limbs that fell into my house or onto my neighbor's property? So many, many people were affected by this. In February, I will begin a process to evaluate options for taking more proactive steps to manage trees in SVCA's green space. When we report on the January financials, you will see that a large proportion of our budget for the removal of hazardous trees has already been spent. And I want everyone to know that we're looking at this carefully and trying to manage as best we can. My next topic is about some petty theft. In January, SVCA was the victim of 2 petty theft incidents. First, an entire mailbox unit was stolen from Gate 1. Bizarre. Luckily, SVCA had a replacement unit on hand and the mailbox was replaced within a few days, which is a record for the association. Usually it takes a couple of months, not kidding. And this was all thanks to excellent coordination with the new postmaster for the Orleans facility. Her name is Ms. Zoe Russum, and she is an angel. So we should all be very grateful for her appointment to that position. I haven't written this down, but as an amusing follow-up, we made a police report about that theft. And about 4 weeks, I guess, after it occurred, the sheriff called us and said, "Hey, we found your mailbox." And it was on at the end of a dirt road out in the county with all the locks drilled out. And we did recover it and are replacing the lock cores so that we will again have that kind of mailbox unit in our backstock. Bizarre. The second incident was a break-in at the clubhouse, which resulted more in damage than loss of property. A replacement lock was installed, and we're looking at putting an additional camera. I'm citing these things because apparently many times these things go in waves. There's a rash of things. So I would urge people to be vigilant, lock your doors. If you see cars that you don't recognize in your neighborhood, just be aware. That's really the best defense that we have against folks who would trespass on our property. The next item is rockfall. On January 22nd, SVCA Security reported that 3 large boulders varying in width from 2 to 4 feet, that's the width of a car, folks, fell onto the roadway, Southern Court. SVCA immediately contacted Northwest Geologic and arranged for a site survey to be completed the next day. The reason for that is because during the flood of 2021, I think I have my years right, in November of 2021, when we experienced that flood event, there was some serious damage to Southern Court in terms of erosion, and money was spent to shore up that road. And the geology around that area is somewhat volatile. We have an ongoing maintenance or monitoring program where geologists come out and look at it. And we are also very aware, which is why we routinely drive over the road and report things like this. Anyhow, the next day, Northwest Geologic came out, and we have a letter from them, from the geologist who actually did the inspection. He believes that the rockfall was an isolated event, likely due to cold weather, frost wedging, and the associated freeze-thaw cycle. Their recommendation was just continue monitoring the site, but there was no cause for immediate concern. Collective bargaining agreement. Over the last few months, SVCA has been actively working with Teamsters Local Union 231 to develop a new collective bargaining agreement, or CBA, to replace the agreement that expired at the end of 2023. A draft proposal has been tentatively agreed by the bargaining committee and will be presented tonight to the SVCA Board of Directors. The proposed 3-year agreement was developed after many days of meetings, budgetary analysis, and consultation with legal counsel. It represents a good compromise between the significant demands of the union and the limited resources of the association. I want to thank the directors who participated in the bargaining process, Sam Shahan, Sonia Volt, and Linda Bradley. Thank you very much for the massive amounts of time and brain power that you expended on this event. And me and Joel. Yeah, we got to a good place, but it took a long time. Anyhow, I'd like to finish up with a brief capital project update and then leave the department reports for everyone else to read on their own. And just if the community is listening, all the department reports are printed in the views under the headline All Around the Valley. So you can always get to see those department reports right there. For the capital project update, one of our favorite projects, Marina Boat Launch Dock. Construction is scheduled to start the week of February 26th, so we are finally within shouting distance of having a launch dock. The first thing that is going to happen are material deliveries and a survey of the site. The boat launch dock will close on Monday, February 26th, and will stay closed through the end of March. Boaters who want to launch boats during this time are advised to wear very heavy fleece garments since it will be freezing, but also to use the Blowdale boat launch in Bellingham instead. We'll open as soon as we can, but we're thinking it's going to take the whole month to get that dock in. We expect to be complete by the end of March, assuming weather is favorable. Area Z Maintenance Shop. Construction began in January and is expected to complete in about 6 months. The maintenance department relocated to a temporary trailer, which is actually much cozier than their old building, so they're quite happy. And they've moved all of their materials and tools to a storage container or the tall barn, which was resided and re-roofed last fall and looks awesome. It really looks great. So if you have nothing to do, you could tour the tall barn, I guess. Demolition of the interior of the shop is almost complete, and exterior roofing and siding will be completed in February. After that, work on the interior will begin. Tennis court resurfacing. I'm sure everyone is happy to hear that the project has been issued for bid and results are due in tomorrow. The contract award is planned to be reviewed by the Finance Committee on 2/15 and the board on 2/22. The Austin Creek repair is on hold, as is the Barn 8 siding project. pending a decision regarding some exploration into what's behind the siding on Barn 8. Turf Care Cart Paths project will be issued for bid this month and brought to the Finance Committee and Board for contract award sometime in March. Turf Care HVAC contract has been executed with Barron Heating, as was approved at the last meeting. The schedule will be set based on when materials are delivered. There's still supply chain issues going on with HVAC, but we have relatively common components, so we hope that that will move forward quickly. Rekeying facilities, materials were ordered and are due in about 3 to 4 weeks. Upon delivery, accurate lock and security will need 2 to 3 weeks to cut keys and the key cylinders, and then installation will take place over several weeks. We expect the project to be completed in May. And just for everyone's understanding of why this is taking so long, we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of locks. So it just takes time to replace them. It actually took us a long time to figure out what core went in what lock and who got access to what. It was a bit of a Tetris game. 2024 road and drainage design. Design should be completed in February with permit applications submitted. The project will be reviewed by the Finance Committee on 2/15 and by the board on 2/22. If approved, the project would then be issued for bid with a contract award expected in March. So we're getting early out of the gate as needed for these big road projects. Cold Spring drainage repairs, design is complete and waiting for the permit to be issued. Construction is planned to be completed this summer. Project will be packaged together with the 2024 road and drainage project for bidding and contract award. In that way, we'll get the best prices from our vendors. Thank you.
Yes, I have a comment.
Yeah. A question or comment? Yeah, Sonia?
So,
Can you hear me, Sonia?
yeah, I would like to, you to explain why you're saying that Barn 8 has been put on hold, since that's been part of the planning process for several years. And that's a capital project that was put forward and determined as part of the community plan. And it cannot be put on hold. If you're just talking about exploratory investigation behind the siding, that's part of the process that was already in place and anticipated. So I'm wondering why you're saying that this project has been put on hold.
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. The project has been put on hold because, as Sonia just pointed out, the first phase of that large, more than $800,000 project is exploration of what lies behind the siding. Unfortunately, if we wait to do that work as part of the larger project, we will be into the spring before it begins, and we will have paid the vendor to mobilize, which is a significant cost. If we detach that exploratory phase from the larger project, we can complete it in a more affordably, I'll say more cheaply. And so whether or not that's politically correct, it'll cost us less. And we can do it right away. And that means we'll have more time to make decisions about the options that are open to us if, as we have been advised is likely, we do find significant rot in the substructure.
So when is the capital request coming forward for them to look at that?
That's going to the Finance Committee. They're going to be busy bees next meeting.
And then what about that we also don't have anything in place regarding the pavilion? It's not even appearing on these planning documents. We're not hitting the dates that we need to hit to ensure that
We have currently brought forward more capital requests than we did last year. We're on pace to get it all done. It is not all going to get done in the first 2 months of the year. It just isn't. There isn't enough time. We have more than 8 capital requests going to the Finance Committee next week.
Okay, so I'm just going to put it on the table. I'm trying to address what I've heard from the president, that these things aren't going to move forward. So that's what I just want to know, are they actually going to move forward?
I'm sorry, did I say these weren't moving?
When I talked to you, you said that you guys were putting them on hold. And at one point you said that the GM had told you not to focus on those and that you guys were going to be looking at them further to make a determination. All of that outside of an open board meeting. And what I'm trying to find out is, are we moving these along as we have planned and following the actual budgeting and planning process as put in place by the 2020 Long Range Planning Committee? Are we adhering to the proper planning and budgeting process, or are there decisions being made behind the scenes that the board is not aware of?
Decisions are being made by the general manager whose job it is to manage the capital project budget.
Manage it.
The general manager, that's me, looked at Austin Creek project, saw rapidly escalating costs for little returned value, and stopped to ask the golf community, which is the community most significantly impacted by the erosion that is now going to require a costly hydraulic assessment in addition to the costly permits to repair some dirt that washed away. And it was the consensus of the golf management that the value was far less than the cost of that Austin Creek repair. And yet, no decision has been made. I'm simply gathering the appropriate information to bring back to both the Finance Committee and the Board of Directors for a final decision. But yes, I did call a halt for the reason that the costs were escalating at an unacceptable rate, and the returned value to the community, not only in my estimation, but in the estimation of the people directly affected by it, did not warrant that expense. Similarly, once we get the approval to do an exploratory project as a separate project, we will be able to determine what the exact condition of the substructure of Barn 8 is, and we will not have to guess. We will not have to wait months to find it out, and we will not have to pay a large and expensive building contractor to mobilize their resources on site. We'll be able to make more informed decisions more quickly. Those are my decisions.
Sure, except that part was already part of the plan anyway, just to be clear.
Go ahead, Linda.
If I read Tyler's proposal on that, he accounted for damage to the structural part of it after all of the siding was removed. What they're suggesting now is to take parts off. People who have worked on this building before, who put the new steps in back here, realize that there are some real deficiencies in structural standards that are in place now. And if they're going to have to do extra work, yes, we have a huge contingency there. Plus, there's also a line item for additional work that'll need to be done. That was only recognized after we took all the siding off. This is a new proposal to say maybe we should wait, find out what's under there, and then hopefully have a better plan forward, because it may be a lot more money to put that siding up there.
Yeah, and so it hasn't stopped or anything like that. I also had a conversation with Quinn Hank. I believe he was the PE on the barn investigative portion. We spoke for like about an hour and a half, about a week or so ago. And he had some pretty good concerns. That's an old report we all have. And then there's an error report from about 2013. That was quite alarming. So repairs weren't damaged, could be far worse than any of us anticipate at this point now, because it's been 10 years, or so since that last report. So the exploratory might be the best option. And that's what we're looking for, just to do a couple holes here or there.
Sure, that was my understanding, that was always planned, is what I'm saying. And additionally, I have the exact concern that you just pointed out. I'm afraid that we're going to fall back into that kicking the can situation where we're not ensuring, and then these buildings will fail. There will be no hope of saving
Well,
them.
it's good to have the conversation. So the idea is, if we were to get in that situation where we go down there and do the exploratory and find out this is a wreck, right? We can't financially do this. Then the idea was maybe we focus on the open air pavilion, and instead of putting $1 million or so into the outside of this one, we would take that money, kind of expedite the open air pavilion to make that a structure more viable to move recreation in the gym or whatnot over there in the meantime. Then we could focus on this.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
kind of
just
the
saying
idea.
those are kind of conversations like that should be part of the planning. And that's why, we recommended and asked that you put the strategic planning on the schedule too, because that way all of us can discuss those things and be aware of them. Right?
And had the long range planning committee met in
Now,
November,
this
December, or
originated in
January,
2020.
it would have met the deadline for submitting a 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plan, which I
No,
understand.
that's not accurate. The 10-year plan is in the budget and is presented as part of the budget. And this started in 2020. And I know you weren't here, Joanne, but started in 2020 and it followed with a community survey. And those results are what made the decision to try to rescue and preserve the barn. And this is a board discussion anyway. I know you're kind of defending
Can I have
your
the floor?
position.
I have the floor.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Just a question. So I'm hearing that, wanting to make sure that things aren't sliding off the plan. So when I hear the plan, I'm thinking of a formal project plan with a Gantt chart, with the different tasks that are going to occur. So is there a project plan that
These projects originated from the 2020,
I'm
2021
not talking-
long-range planning, and it's the
excuse me,
community.
I still have the floor, excuse me. My question is, not with the long range planning committee, but for example, the barn 8 refurbishing, whatever we're going to call it. Is there a project plan that's got
Yes.
tasks associated?
Like an engineer's estimate?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so is that, I fully get what Joanne's saying about trying to save the association money, but are we tracking these tasks are they sliding? I mean, I'm used to in project planning to see a Gantt chart with the critical path and is that plan sliding?
Currently, if we say we're to do the exploratory next week or the week after, even the week after that, we'd still be ahead of schedule because we're not slated to start until later. The idea was try to catch any problems up front before we had a big company come here and mobilize. And that could be 50 grand or so for them to come in and then say, hey, we can't afford you to leave. We're going to pay them anyways. We'd rather spend, a few thousand now and try to eliminate any unnecessaries.
I'm just saying that might be helpful for Sonia and I and others if we have a plan that we can throw it up on the screen and see how we're tracking.
Yeah, an actual plan would really depend. I know what you're talking about. There's a couple different plans. There's line items, which are going to detail the budget. And then there's the actual milestone plans of when things are going to get done, which typically wouldn't happen until we know when we even get a permit. So we have to finish, we do have a permit now, do we not?
For the reciting.
Yeah, just the
yes, but
reciting.
not for the rear entry.
Yeah, not for the entrance and all. That's a separate next year deal.
Granted, I'm coming from a manufacturing.
Great. Thank you. All very good questions, but yes, hope things will be moving along. Nothing's permanently stopped.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. Very good, Sonia. Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we move on? Go ahead, Stu.
I'll just kind of reiterate Robert's point coming from somebody who does a lot of project planning work and stuff. I mean, typically, I know we have the 10-year plan. We've all briefly seen that. But having a actual, and when Rob's saying project, he means something like Microsoft Project, which is actually a planning tool.
Yeah.
And all your milestones and all the different projects are laid out. So everybody has the big picture of what's going to happen when. It doesn't need to be like little tiny line items, but just big picture of,
Rough ideas.
what are the ideas? When are things are going to be happening? And I think that would actually be very important for the board to have to review.
Oh, go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, thank you. So it sounds like to me that we have the overarching plan to reside and repair the barn 8. But it seems to me it's a little premature to have a definite work plan until we have a better understanding of what the extent of the work and repair is. So to be asking for that much detail at this point, until we have all the information that we need to make an informed decision about whether we've got the means to carry this out and do it well, rather than put a bunch of siding on to something that's going to fall down or rot in 5 years. I don't think it's a bad decision to get more information before we move ahead.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Linda.
You guys, I believe there's where the whole project was brought forward and bid out. if you go look in there and if you want, I'll be happy to send it to you out of the board packet. There was discussion of when different parts of the barn would be done, particularly this side and with the pool being open and stuff. And I think that that was done, the flat roof that's going to be part of the renovation also. All that's kind of timed out, and I'll send you that so you at least have an idea of when they're planning on doing stuff.
Thanks, Linda, but I'm actually referring to all the projects, not just the barn.
Yeah.
I know.
Just a big picture of what's going to be happening when, and like I mean, even the Austin Creek repairs,
Yeah.
I would speculate that if you went out and golf being able to hit his ball over it.
Kind of a tier one level. Yeah.
Any additional comments regarding the GM report? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on to item number 6, which is continuing business. First item is 6A, which is the Code of Conduct revisions. Hopefully we've had some time to look at those now because it's been several meetings. I'm trying to get this revised so we can get it to Richard and get back for everybody's approval. So does anybody have any comments, questions, ideas on the Code of Conduct revisions? And we'll go with Sonia, had her hand up first.
Okay. So,
Sonia, let me pull it up real quick.
go ahead. Okay, so, one thing had to do with, the code of conduct that Linda, the board had approved, and I believe that they, the one you put forward, which is that first short one, because I know there was some misunderstanding, because I was referring to a 2017 document from the attorney. Yeah, that one, that's the one that I guess is still current policy, except they removed the word, divisive. I think they didn't pass it with,
Is that the one we want to remove, this one though? The 2017?
yeah, I think it just says avoid and discourage conduct which is harmful to the best interest of the association or its members. I think they took out the word divisive, and that's the way it was finalized. That said, I know that so I don't actually have a problem with that, but since it's existing policy, we don't really have to do anything unless we want to. But I had a couple of thoughts that might address some of this pretty easy. So put language in there that basically says that we require the disputes between the association or directors or committee members must be submitted to non-binding alternative dispute resolution as a prerequisite to commencement of a judicial proceeding. So we basically, that language is taken, there's a essentially legal language that is actually in 6490, which we're going to be governed under almost completely in the next couple of years anyway. And so it's going to trigger that. So it's just language that's very similar to what's already in the law that just basically says you're going to go to non-binding arbitration before you get attorneys involved, et cetera. And that's even if, and I think that resolves the issue. We're not just talking about board director or committee member disputes or anything like that, but even if, let's say, a board director or committee member had a legal issue or felt like they had a legal issue with the association itself, right? And then rather than hiring an attorney, shooting off an attorney letter, because the minute you do that, we have to pay our attorney, this will prevent it. You're automatically agreeing that you'll do the non-binding arbitration first before you take that action.
Just a quick question on that. What would a non-binding?
It would be like the mediation.
Just like,
Yeah.
still a board or some of us or?
Well, I mean, you could choose it. That was the other thing I was going to bring up, because I know Joanne mentioned, it said in the document she put forward, the grievance process, it does mention Richard's name. I don't think he'll agree to that. You'll have to ask him, but he'll probably more than likely point to that Whatcom dispute thing. So I think it would be, you could potentially word it that, Whatcom dispute, or I don't, yeah,
Yeah, I remember.
or by a committee of the board or whatever, if all parties agree or something. I don't really know. I'm throwing that out. I'm kind of spitballing, but I think you would have to give them the opportunity to choose formal mediation. But if everybody agrees, like what we did, right? We sat down informally and it resolved the problem. I mean, but if it hadn't, we could have chosen to go to formal mediation, right? So maybe we have some language in there to do that.
Although remember, we looked them up and it was like not a great place.
Yeah.
It was like,
Yeah.
I do better on our own.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it would be fine to put,
Yeah.
word it where there's like an option if all parties agree to do
Yeah.
it
Go
informally.
ahead, Linda.
Can we say, if you're looking at doing the committees and the code of conduct, can you just put a sentence at the very bottom to say, any disputes to be handled through the SVCA grievance procedure? Because we're going to put it in place rather than say what they have to do. You're saying if there are any disputes, that's the way they will be handled. And then they refer to the grievance procedure, which spells it out in length.
Well, I thought I was kind of making it a little bit broader just to include the association in the dispute, just because, right, I think that grievance process is more individual kind of disputes, but sometimes it's a dispute that ends up going, like, for instance, if you feel like, oh, hey, I asked, I'm not getting information that I've asked for, right? And I feel like I need to go to an attorney. I need to send an attorney letter to make, staff give me what I'm asking for if I was a board director. That, you know what I'm saying? So that would bring the association into it. And so I was just trying to make it a little broader so that if a committee member or a board director felt like they needed to resort to that, whether it's regarding the association or another board director or another committee member, then it would be a better way of resolving it, potentially, hopefully. And here's the other thing, maybe since it's going to Richard anyway, I guess the main thing is if you convey the intent of what I'm saying, and I can just send this language, I kind of trust that it'll ultimately come out in the wash. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think he'll send a version that should actually kind of reflect what we're trying to say, which is this, and then we'll be able to review it if it's not okay,
So just a quick note. We did ask Richard in the past to provide us with a code of conduct, and we got, 18 pages of whereases, which people had objections to. And we decided after multiple discussions at the board level, you guys decided, I was just here listening, that we wanted something simpler that everyone could put their name on, that they could affirm that they believed in it and would uphold it. So it's not really, I mean, there are legalities. And as has been pointed out in the discussion, we are governed legally by the RCW Code of Conduct for boards of directors for nonprofit associations. So there is already a legal standard in place. And the intent of this is a little bit different. This is a
we're talking
personal
about two
thing.
different things, though. I don't have a problem with that document, like I said, that Linda put forward. You have on here the code. We're talking two different things. One's the code of conduct and one's the grievance process. So what I was saying was I really didn't have a problem with that document. It had been passed, just Joanne. I was just referring to some language in the grievance process.
Okay, well, that's the next order of business, but we need something in here that says, and by the way, in addition to these bullet points, I agree that I'm going to use the grievance process instead of taking people to court.
Well, and that's what Linda was saying. So like that's exactly what I was saying, was that we're saying that you're agreeing that any disputes between the association, board directors, or committee members must be submitted to non-binding alternative dispute resolution as a prerequisite to commencement of a judicial proceeding. Linda was saying, and then tell them, see the grievance process or whatever. So it could add that.
Yeah, I think that's good. The only question I would add would be that don't bind
You
you.
can call it
Yeah, we gotta figure
mediation.
out-
I
yeah.
copied that from there.
Yeah, just, we don't want to make it like you have to go somewhere. We should be able to handle
Oh,
it
yeah,
here.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So the question I have though, we're talking about now back to the 2017 one that's already existing and maybe adding a line to that, or the commitment to civil behavior, which is kind of something that I was thinking about when we all were having this problem. And this is where we all sign it and look at each other and kind of make that commitment to one another that we're going to all respect each other, realize we have differences of opinions, but work together for the common good of Sudden Valley and agree not to do what happened before. No lawsuits, no
Yeah.
Facebooking, slamming, none of that stuff is kind of the just behind it. But go ahead, Sonia.
So, back to that. So I looked at some other HOAs, and one of the things that they do, and it may be an easy, clean way to address that, is, because like I said, we already have that code of conduct that was approved, that basically looks very similar to that commitment to civility thing, right? But some other very large HOAs around the country do something where they have a campaign guideline policy. It's like a campaign guideline policy, because this originated, as you guys know, everybody sits on board. We don't generally have any those types of issues. Those escalate around the elections and everything like that, right? And so it basically, you put in guidelines that stress positive campaign behaviors of the candidates, which basically is speak respectfully, show courtesy, bring a positive message, focus on your own message. And in particular, candidates should take care to avoid distributing or disseminating information to members that is knowably false or inaccurate and materially misleading about other candidates or other members. And so it just helps them to commit to factual and fair campaigning. And I think that, it kind of,
Covers everything.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Linda?
The whole thing you're talking about, maybe something nice for NNE to take up during the campaign season. It's strictly, deals with what you deal with. I have a couple of things to say. If we turn the 2017 document into the code, I would like it to say policy at the end. As someone who has now been charged with knowing where all the records and all the things are in the association, I have found that sometimes when we simply put a code of conduct through, board approves it, a board knows about it. And it took me a long time to go back to 2017 and finally see, hey, we approved this. And in theory, it should still be in effect unless we decide to remove it and go with the commitment to civil behavior. The thing I worry about with civil behavior, that's the difference between that and the code that's in place, deals with committees. We have how many? 5 or 6 standing committees that definitely will have elected and appointed members of the community, and our code should apply to them also. And that's why I like the 2017 version that's
With the
in
one we
place.
got. All right, so the idea right now would be stick with the SVCA board and committee code of conduct from 2017. We want to add policy to the end. I'm just kind of summarizing. I'd like to add policy. Then Sonia, what I would recommend, I would like to get your verbiage that you had there over to Joanne. I know there's issues with sending it to everybody, so, but if you could.
Oh,
send
I
that
don't mind. It's
directly,
fine. Yeah.
Sounds like
way-
the secretary's all over this.
I'll send
Send
it.
it to Linda.
Secretary.
Yeah, you want to do that. But that way we can combine it,
Yeah.
because I agree. I think that's fine. And I don't mind using the 2017. It's already there. It's existing. I don't know how everyone else feels about that. Just my opinion right now. Any other comments?
So the grievance process will still need
Well,
a
that's next.
separate,
Yeah,
okay.
it'll be
Okay.
totally separate. Yeah. That's after we can't do this. If we can't handle this, then we'll head on. Go ahead, Rick.
So are we proposing a minor amendment to that?
Correct. At this time.
So it's just going to go back as a work item and come back for a vote?
Correct.
Thank you.
It'll probably go to the attorney first too,
Uh,
although I think he's already looked at this
yeah, I think,
way back when.
well, my guess would we'd have the corrections made, sent back so everyone can look at it and go, okay, that's great, and then fire it off to the attorney then for final approval. Okay, any other further discussion on the code of conduct? Okay, hearing none. We're going to move on to item number 6P, which is now the grievance process.
I pretty much said everything, I think.
But that's okay. We'll just real quick, we'll just look at it and make sure everything's good. I think we are all in agreement on that. We just want to make sure, do we need to add anything, remove anything? Is everybody comfortable with it?
I've got some questions.
Yes, sir.
So under step 1, in parentheses, it's followed up with confidential, but steps 2 and 3 don't have any reference to confidential. Is that an oversight or is that a clear difference?
No, what I said in step 2 in the second paragraph block there, a written complaint submitted by a committee member to their committee chair will automatically be shared with the president of the board of directors and the general manager. So it's by definition not confidential to the single person. I mean, it's still confidential in that we're not posting it on.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at is, I mean, how unconfidential is that if it's still within the board?
Would be like closed session type.
That's what I mean. But so I think for clarity, it might be good to put some clarifying language in regards to either closed session or whatever the intent is.
So if I put in a phrase that said, with these individuals and no others, would that
That would
satisfy?
work for me. I guess I'm a little leery of making it public.
Right, but
at that
I didn't
point.
know that, like, if it automatically went to the president and the general manager, then to me, it's no longer a confidential thing. Like, if I approached an individual and I said, can I tell you something in confidence? If they said, sure, and then they went and they told somebody else, that, to me, that would be a breach of confidentiality. So I hesitate to say that this would be completely confidential. And then it goes on to say that a written complaint submitted by a board director would automatically be shared with all members of the board of directors. So again, that's like a closed session item, but it's not confidential anymore. It's going to a group of people, a proscribed.
On step 2, written complaint to SVCA leadership, then you might say something, this would be disclosed or discussed in closed session. Again, it's not going to be confidential. It'll be confidential to the board.
Right.
And quiet to the public.
Okay, that makes it clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Any other comments, questions on the grievance process? The resolution of grievances?
Just one
Yeah,
statement.
go ahead,
along-
Stu.
One statement along those lines. If an employee goes to their supervisor and files a complaint, and then that supervisor goes up to their next level of it is still considered confidential.
Yeah,
That is not sharing it's not
Correct.
becoming confidential because they went to their management. And that's essentially what a committee chair is doing. They go and report to the president and the general managers. They're going up to the next level of management. So it would still be considered confidential at that point.
so in saying that, then are you saying in step 2, written complaint to SVCA leadership? You just wanted to say confidential in parentheses then?
Well,
Go ahead. and
I'm sorry, but having been in charge of SOC 2 audits for companies, confidential material is placed in a confidential file within an employee's overall personnel file, and it is not released outside of a very proscripted set of folks. And so if you are going to, but there's a difference between confidential information, primarily medical information, right? HIPAA stuff, right? Yeah. And then information which is only to be shared within certain departments or groups of executives is a separate classification. So that's why I didn't want to use the word confidential, but I think what the suggestions here, if we describe exactly with whom it will be shared and to be discussed only in closed session invokes that privacy clause, I think we're pretty covered. Yeah.
So can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead,
Sorry.
Sonia.
I apologize. So one thing I think is removing the line that says SBCA could appoint an ombudsman.
I'm sorry, where was that at? What part?
It's in step 2, and also it's mentioned in step 3. But what what would probably be a better option to me would be to give them the option of, let's say if they felt like they were not going to be heard by the president of the board and the general manager appropriately, have the option of uh, appealing to the entire board. I think that would be better because they're you know what I'm saying, as opposed to an ombudsman that somebody could say that person's not fair. Who appointed them, that type of thing, where otherwise you're talking to the whole board.
So instead of the volunteer may jump to step 3, submitting a written complaint, you think step 3 should be going to the whole board with?
No, I'm saying they would have the option. They have the option of either going to SBCA legal counsel or appealing their issue to the entire board at that time.
Would you want that to happen in a closed session? What would be the process of that? Just sending a board email?
Well, I don't know.
Go ahead, Linda. Let's be close.
If in theory they have already submitted document and the whole board knows about it, which is part of that process, then if their option would be they're not satisfied, it wouldn't be unusual for the board to realize that a fellow board member wants to be heard by them and in closed session. There's no voting that's going to take place. So it certainly could be discussed in a closed session.
No matter.
Yeah.
I guess since it was automatically disclosed to the board of directors at that stage, it didn't seem like saying, well, you could just go to the whole, do you know what I mean? Like as a separate.
Yeah, but I'm thinking they're bringing their appeal to the whole board. Like, okay, the GM or the president's not responding to me, so I'm asking the board to hear me. Or they could alternatively go to the legal counsel, right?
Yeah.
I feel at that point, SBCA legal counsel is going to ask for a closed session to
Yeah.
talk to the entire board anyway.
Right.
I like the board idea first myself, just me, but
Well, and the stuff that's highlighted in green was just like I'm saying, I'm pointing out, this is random. I selected this, so this is an area to look at and think about. That's all.
Right, that's why I was commenting. That's all.
Did people like the time, like 2 weeks, I think I used throughout here? It seems like a reasonable amount of time, because if you have a real complaint, you don't want to be sitting on it.
That's right.
Yeah.
okay.
Cool. Were there any other proposed changes to this, or is it time to send it off to?
Well, we want that change up there for an option to the entire board.
The option of appeal.
Yeah.
And then I'll send the language
If you
that we're
would, yeah.
talking about too.
And then you look at it, you know. If you don't
Well-
like it or have a reason for it not to be there, you let us know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any objection. Linda, since you're doing the other one, do you want to do?
Oh,
Well, you are looking at all the policies is all I'm saying. So,
yeah, I am. And I think if it became, again, once we get this whole resolution of grievances, it should be the.
Linda,
resolution
Linda, you got to get in the
grievance
mic.
Policy.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it's going to become another policy. It's going to get a place on the list and it's going to get a place on the list, actually when it's finished so that it's there. When I went through our current policies, and I haven't shared that with anybody yet, 15 of them were 404 errors and they aren't any longer because my staff person, Morgan Libby, worked very hard.
So we are in agreement then, that we would change these all to policy. Is that correct? Okay.
Staff policy,
Yep.
then you give it a number.
So I'm a little unclear where so Sonia brought up the question about the appeal. So on the bottom of the second page, it says if the volunteer feels that both the president of the board and the general manager are unable to respond to the concerns, jump to step 3. And you mentioned that reference to ombudsman, and maybe in lieu of that, going to the full board.
We could, on the bottom of that page, in that sentence you're referring to, all you'd need to do is say the volunteer may, and take out jump to step 3 and add option, appeal to the full board. Because that would happen then before it would go to the attorney.
Right, you can leave they have the option to write a complaint to SBC legal counsel or appeal to the whole board.
Do the appeal at the bottom of this page, which would be the bottom of the step 2.
Yeah, I would hope that would be like the last resort to appeal to SVCA's legal counsel. Hopefully we would have it resolved by then.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other comments, questions, or corrections? Okay.
Do we need a motion to
Go ahead,
send it
Sonia.
I just don't, I was just asking a question. Do we need a motion to send it to the attorney, or is that something that we can just do and then bring it back for a vote?
Let's bring it back one more time, have everybody look at what we talked about. Do we want to take ombudsman out of there altogether? You'd like to? That whole section.
I think I think that's going to create more problems. I think.
What about the Whatcom resolution? I don't
think
know if
leave it
they
up to
do.
Richard how it needs to be. We could just say alternative dispute. However I
Alternative
wrote that
dispute
thing.
resolution.
There's not a lot of choices, but I did review, I'm sorry, there's not a lot of choices, and I did review with the Whatcom County Resolution Center, and it wasn't very well rated.
Keith, there are, sorry, I didn't blast. There are certified mediators. That's just one organization, but there's a whole number of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find some good ones.
Yeah. I mean, they work with things like working with kids' IEP plans and whatnot. It's with school resolution, things like that.
Excellent, right? So then I'm gonna suggest that Sonia and Linda, you guys will be working on, the final language on this. Okay, very good.
And we'll bring it back on 222. I've
Yep.
already got that's what I'm planning on.
Thank you, everybody, for working through that. I really appreciate it.
All good stuff, all good stuff. Okay, on to item number 6C, continuing business is approval of the Long Range Planning Committee members. I understand we have some new members.
Yes, I was requested by Chairman AJ Tischler to make a motion to the board to approve adding Tom Red and Nancy Alaniak to the Long Range Planning Commission
Who was the first one, Sam?
committee.
You?
Tom Red
Oh, Tom.
and Nancy Alaniak.
Just the 2.
Oh, Nancy.
Yeah.
And then the name, Alyanak.
Alyanet.
Alyanak. Okay, and I have a question on this. So regarding the members on this committee, well, a couple of things I wanted to make a comment on. So my understanding, and I read this today and I was trying to figure it out, it says you're supposed to have 2 board members on there, like a chair and a co-chair, and not 3 voting members. Do you have 3 on there? Right, because it's you, are you on there, right?
I'm on there.
So it's you, AJ, and Sonia.
And Adam Phillips.
I mean, board members, oh.
Right, but I'm
as
also
far
a
as member.
community member.
She's just a member, not as, we have 2 board members, the chair and
Yeah, you
Sure did.
you guys, when I wasn't here, you put AJ and Sam forward. You guys put AJ as the chair and Sam as the second. I'm on the committee as a community member.
So I guess that's my question, because when I look at like the articles for committee, and I would say this to any committee, it's not just because it's you guys, I'm just curious how this is, because it clearly states in there, like each one has a different thing. So like, you know, talk about like the Architectural Control Committee, it tells, sounds a lot better, doesn't it? It actually tells you like how many members you can have, you need on there. And it goes through each committee member, the committees, and it goes to nominations and election. It tells exactly what they need, 5 members, good standing. It says what they need. And then you go to everyone in the Long Range Planning Committee, then says on there 2 board members. So my concern is having 3 voting board members on that committee. It seems like an issue. This was written for a reason, like 2 members on.
It doesn't restrict a board member that's a community member from sitting on it. As a matter of fact, I sat on the Long Range Planning Committee as a board member for 2 years. And I was, I mean, I was an elected board member, but I was not an appointed committee member. You know, I wasn't the chair and I wasn't the second, but I participated as a community member. It's not been an issue in the past. And it's happened before. There's been plenty of board directors. There's been previous long range plans committees that have more than, 2 board directors sitting on them. The long range planning committee as it's part of the long range planning and strategic planning it's really imperative that the board understands it and participates in it.
Well, that's actually my concern. Want some people that are for certain things and some people are against certain things. If you go stacking a committee with all the same people that want the same narrative,
Pretty sure
it's
Sam
not
and
helpful
I
to the
don't
community.
agree all the time. I'm very sure AJ and I don't agree all the time. So,
Well, like I said, I was just reading these and I'm concerned. I was thinking it was written for a reason. And they looked at each committee whenever these were done, the founding fathers, if you will, wrote these things and they were clear, like 2 board members on this one, 1 board member on that one, a non-voting board member for the ACC, non-voting for N&E. So it
it
just seems
doesn't say
strange.
anything like that on long range planning.
No, it doesn't. It just says long range planning. It
That's
says on
because the
there,
board
2 board
directors-
members. It says the committee shall be composed of 11 voting members, 1 staff member.
Okay, well, I would just.
Let me finish. 2 board members, 9 association community members. So annually, the board shall appoint the 2 board members and 1 staff member. So it's very clearly written that there's only supposed to be 2 voting board members on that committee. And I don't know the reasons.
It's not what that means. It just means that you are going to appoint 2 board directors to actually run the committee. I can participate on that committee as a member, and this board approved me.
No, I'm, of course you could be a member, but you can't be a board member and a community member like a.
Yes, I can.
Be one or the other.
I am both.
But I get that, but according to how these are supposed to be the policy, and I'll check.
It doesn't say that in the policy.
Well, all I'm going to say is I'm going to check.
Okay.
I'll check with Richard and see what he has to say about that. I'm just curious. Like I said, it's written for reasons, and I don't know if it's because, and I guess maybe if you like anything we voted on, the Long Range Planning Committee recommended, you would recuse yourself from voting or something like that.
Why would I
I'm not-
do that? It makes no sense what you're saying, Keith. Yeah, I think if you thought it through, you would actually, if you actually thought that through, you wouldn't be saying that.
I-
Go ahead, Rob.
I just have a question. So,
Oh, hold on,
So-
Kyle. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll go with Rob first, then Rick, then Lori. Thank you. Go ahead, Rob.
just a question. So theoretically, could we put every board member on this committee? I mean, I think with my opinion, the bylaw was written such that the majority of the long range planning committee was comprised of community members not sitting on the board, but that's just my thought. So I guess I'm asking a question. Theoretically, could all of us be on that committee? I mean, I guess, I don't know, but.
Well, we got Rick first, then Lori, and then Linda. Go ahead, Rick. Thank you, Rob.
Lori had her hand up though.
I know. We'll go Rick first, then Lori.
So it says the board will appoint 2 board members. It didn't say not more than 2 board members.
Correct.
And so I think I don't think it's out of line. My thought though would be along the lines of Rob, that if we have members who are interested and qualified to serve, that perhaps it's not the best use of a board member to take up that other voice
Yeah.
on the committee.
Yeah, thank you. And in particular on this one, that's why, to me, it was odd because it's clearly stated 2 board members and 9 association community members. It didn't say.
But if there were only, if there were only 5 or 6 and there's 1 or 2 empty spots, then why not have that other voice? But I think
But we haven't,
it's
but we
probably like
haven't
Rob
put out,
said.
we haven't put out there that we're looking for members. I think there was once in November. Ed and E can help. I mean, we'd be happy to help do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Go ahead, Lori.
Thank you. So I'm not looking at this, so this is just kind of from my memory. When forming the finance committee, the bylaws were very, very clear, and perhaps we just need to clarify for the long-range planning. It states a minimum of 5 members, 2 of which are board members, 2 of which have to be community members. And we'll say that a community member is differentiated from a board member. So someone not serving on the board. So 2 community members. And then numbers 5, 6, and 7 can be from either pool. Now, so if we had something with a long range planning committee, so there's is there 11 people? Okay, we'll say if no one can confirm. I think there was like 11 members. So there could be, it could say something like 2 board members, 3 or 4 community members, and then the balance could be made up from either pool. We just need to be very careful that we don't form a committee that also forms a board of director majority. So a quorum. So we can't have 5 you can't have the whole board of directors on the long range planning committee, because that would create basically a board meeting every time they met. So, and that would have to, it's creating a quorum there. So we'd have like almost like a double meeting. So maybe we should put something where
Thank
there's
you very much.
2
Linda?
board
That was-
members, 4 non-board members, but yet community members, and then the balance could be either. That way Sonia could still serve on that committee as one of the flex. So as long as we have an equal number of committee members as we do board members, then the balance could be filled by either slot. That is what is written for the finance committee. I'm not sure about ACC. Keith, you would know that better than I, but that way we would have a balance of both board, community, and then if Sonia was serving on it, she would not be an appointed board member, appointed board member, but she would still be a board member on that committee, but it wouldn't be violating any rules as long as we had the adequate amount of committee members who were not board members.
Are you done, Lori?
I am. I'm trying to lower my hand. I'm on a
All right,
tablet
thank you
here.
very
So
much. We're going to go to Linda and then Sonia.
I was just going to answer Rob's question. No, not everybody could. There can't be, if there are 5 members on any one committee, and there's some committees that aren't even allowed to have that many people on their committees, you would then have a quorum of the board meeting outside of the board.
Thank you.
That's actually all I was going to say as well.
Any additional comments? Okay, so we're going to get back to Sam's request for Nancy Almanac, Tom Reed to join the Long Range Planning Committee. And also in the meantime, then I am going to ask Richard about that just because I'm concerned, and it would be any committee. So it has nothing to do with you or the Long Range Planning Committee. It's just that when I looked at this, it was so specific that 2 directors, 1 director, this many community members and all that. I was like, I want to question, can we have that? Is it okay to have that? And we might have done it in the past. It doesn't mean it was all right. So I just want to make sure before we approve the final committee. I don't have a problem with your 2 new members, but we'll put that to the board for ratification for your 2 members.
Are you removing me from the committee at this point?
No, not yet. No, hopefully that won't happen. I just want to find out if it's right. And I'm not sure that it matters a great deal, but I was concerned about the voting. I'm sure there was an idea why it was specifically put this way. So, oh, sorry, I have another question, Stu.
Yeah, one curious who all's on the long range planning committee now, because I haven't been keeping track of it. So And, just to go back to the previous discussion, I actually don't see a problem with Sonia being on the long range planning committee as a community member. As long as a quorum's not being formed by board members being on it, doesn't seem that there's really any issue there.
So to get this square, it's going to be AJ, Sonia, Nancy, Tom, and Sam currently.
Sam can give you a list of, Sam
We
can give you.
also have approved,
Oh, and Adam, that's
we previously approved Adam Phillips, Adam Tullis, Barbara Wally.
oh, Barbara.
Yeah, last meeting.
You mean Barbara Wally?
These are the only people, this is everybody that's applied. It hasn't been like a selective, like, this is everybody that's applied has been approved until we're filling the
Nice.
position.
You guys have a pretty full committee.
And AJ can request that N&E go put an announcement out there, and we
There's
can
no
start
there's-
putting announcements out on the website and on e-blasts.
Yeah, I think it only leaves one open position and someone's contemplating that open position right now. So yeah, I don't know that we necessarily need to do that, but I mean, I'll leave that up to AJ and Sam.
Sam, do you want any help?
I think we have somebody lined up, and I don't want to put that out and start flooding in, having people thinking they're getting turned down. So I don't want to request that right now. So
Sure.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I guess so. The motion would be right now to approve for Nancy or ratify Nancy and Tom to the Long Range Planning Committee.
So moved.
All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, moving on to item number 7, which is new business. 7A is a set date for the strategic planning meeting and facilities tour. So I think we have to figure we want to do that during the week. Can we? Is that possible? We're going to try doing it on
We
a
did-
Saturday again, or?
Yeah, I think like what we did last year is really good. So I did talk with AJ about this. As you know, he has a new baby and his parents are in town. So I
Yeah.
hope I'm not telling too much, but so basically that was the plan, is to do it, very similar to last year. But it worked out really well so that everybody could do the tours and then circle back around and we could, have questions and participate.
Would you like meet here again like we did? So what day are we thinking about? I'm sorry. Yeah, what day are we thinking? Thank you. Having a private conversation.
I was gonna ask you, I'm thinking sometime, we were thinking sometime in the next 2 weeks, just because we need to kind of do that, but what works for you? What are you thinking, Joanne?
Well, my first question to the board is, do we need to do this on a weekend? Because that requires both myself and our maintenance and facilities manager to work an extra 6th day of the week.
And so I'm in agreement with that. I think if we're going to break it up anyways, but I do like the idea of all getting back together. And so that could be hard. But I was thinking like maybe half the group could get together on a Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, whatever, and then the other half another day, and then we could all meet and talk about stuff. But
So we did, the previous year, we broke the tours up during the week. And then we had can't recall. I feel like we did the strategic planning meetings during the week in the evenings, but we broke those groups out during the week. So they were able to tour, write their questions, et cetera. And then we came back and did the meetings. And then we broke them into 2 meetings. That might be the way to do it.
so then it sounds like we are available to do it during the week. We just
Yes.
might have to break it up in 2 different, groups. So like, I know 4 of us could probably go pretty easily because we're not working, and then the rest of the people might have to schedule their time.
Yeah, whatever works for the board, but obviously it is more desirable for staff to do it between, on a work day. Yeah.
It's more cost effective if we can do it during the week.
Okay.
Time-wise, Joanne, do you have any preference? Afternoon, morning? It's just, we can send out a board email and everybody can give their availability.
Afternoons are better because Mike's morning is filled up with assigning work tasks and getting equipment deployed. So the afternoons are always a little bit better.
Who do you want everybody to reply to? Let's do that and figure out availability here.
I
We
have,
send out a group email, who do they respond to? So that person can give the information to Joanne, hopefully set up a couple different days so that we're all not trying to pile into one vehicle and go in somewhere.
Go ahead, Sam has a quick question.
yes, the question is concerning daylight and for people that are working, is there a potential for a small group that ends up doing something on a Saturday with a small group as a tour? Since touring the facilities in daylight is the way to go. I just can't see any point in doing it after dark 30.
Yeah, so my first question to the board is whether it's feasible for us to pick a time between 12 and 4 on a workday, or does that preclude a board member, any board member from attending?
I'm good.
So AJ may not be able to make it. So and since he's not here, I can't really speak for him, but he's usually not available before 4 o'clock. So I think we will have to figure that piece out, maybe in email.
Joanne, is there any day that doesn't work very well during the weekday for the team? In other words, like there's very important staff meetings or anything like that?
Like, can we preclude a Tuesday or a Thursday?
Wednesday or Monday or something? No?
I have a manager meeting on the Wednesday before every board meeting. And other than that, most of the meetings take place in the morning.
So I'll make a suggestion to help you out, Linda. I use Doodle Poll a lot for suggesting meetings. I could send it out to the board with some weekdays and some times. Are we thinking 2 hours? Is it 2 hours probably?
I think 2 hours, was that?
Joanne, do you remember what it was last year?
It took a lot longer than we thought. It's probably going to be 3 to 4
Okay.
hours because everyone gets really into it and it's like, oh, look, I've never been in this room.
So the other thing that's that we need to
And I promise to be quiet. So I guess what I was thinking was I could send a Doodle poll out that'll have these days and times. We all vote on, you just select which works best. And it just totals it up and says, hey, Wednesday at noon to 3 is the best time on this day. You guys want me to do that? We'll just make it simple.
I think that'd be great.
Just want to remind you too that the Strategic Planning Committee is actually made up of long range planning and the board. We didn't really need to do it last year because most of it, pretty much everything that was on the capital planning was just a continuation of what had been there. And so there really wasn't a lot of reason, but this year is going to be really important. That planning cycle runs about 3 years. You can see how the process takes us about 3 years to run through the decision making, then the design and permitting, et cetera. So this is a year that we need to get a new community survey out and figure out what those capital planning questions are. And so it's going to be important we bring the long range planning committee in too, so they're familiar with the facilities. And it's important for the board, right?
So
Because
Sonia, are you asking me to include the long range planning committee in the Doodle poll?
I'm just pointing out, it's going to be breaking them up and it's going to be quite a bit of tour. Yeah. So
If you could send me their emails, I'll be happy to include them in that poll. Are you okay with that? Would that be helpful? Sam, I see you nodding.
Well,
What are you thinking?
I'm okay with a lot of stuff. If the game plan is to get it done before February 27th, because then I'll be gone. Of course, as far as any facilities tours go, I kind of do that all the time. But I can do a makeup session. I wouldn't want to upset the whole rhythm of everything. I could be part of some stuff, but I'll be out of the state for a while and hopefully I'll come back. Or not. If I find some mission, I may not be back for a bit. I'd say, but I should be gone for about a week, so if we don't get that done, then I could probably count myself absent right at the end of the month.
I'll take the action to go ahead and do that. And I'll have it out by Monday.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Rob.
By Monday, did you say?
Yes.
I'll be done by Monday.
Voting.
Okay, very good. So we'll look for Rob's email and then we'll try to get this scheduled so we can get everybody in. All right, moving on to 7B, approval request. This will be for Joanne, 2024 Marina fees.
Thank you. Purpose of this request is to get approval for proposed increases to marina fees for 2024.
I have a point of order. Would like to make a motion that we debate only the request that was approved by the members in at the AGM ballot.
Second.
Did you second it?
Yeah, but I would also like to make a point of order. I'm going to go back to the fact that I do believe that we now have the majority of our executive committee are also wet slip tenants. And so that means a third of our board is made up of people that benefit directly by this. And according to the SVCA bylaws, it specifically states that board members shall recuse themselves from discussion of an action at issue and abstain from discussing and voting on any motion in which they have a direct or substantial interest not common to other members of the association. That particular amenity is the only one that no other members can actually utilize except those 87 wet slip tenants. It's not like golf where anyone can utilize the golf course if they're willing to pay the fee. It's not like any other amenity. This is a very special situation where your interest is not common to the other members of the association. In reality, less than 3% of owners actually are those wet slip tenants of all of our membership, 3121. We got 3,121 members, less than, okay, 3,119. So basically 3% of the membership, where on this board, you're talking 33% of the board and the majority of the executive committee. And it is I agree with asking you to recuse yourselves from this conversation and vote.
Well, my question would be, before we get carried away, would you like to hear the marina fees first before we raise in trouble, or want to hear what's proposed or not?
Well, there would be a discussion, right, about just having the one approved fee that the residents voted on. That's the motion to move just to discussing that and voting on that.
So basically what you're saying, Sam, is it's not that we're going to vote on that schedule that's being proposed, but that we need to vote first on the measure that was put before the membership? I'm not understanding.
Yes, I would just like to delete the other, any other plan, and just vote on that one, on the fee that was approved by the members at the AGM on the ballot.
But we still have to have a complete schedule for the fees that they pay for their storage and the down there, and that's included in that.
It's wet, dry.
The kayaks are in there, the dry moorage is in there, all of that's in there.
Those are
None of
other
that-
items,
of
but
that
this one is the one I'm referring to is the increase approved by the members on the wet slips.
Can I make a suggestion? So basically, we can revert back to if you guys are going to recuse yourselves, the ones that have wet slips. That's number one, and that's the first course of action here before because we shouldn't be discussing anything if you're going to recuse yourselves until you've done that. And then we can just,
Well, there is a motion that was seconded on the, and that.
Yeah, I think we're out of order here.
well, I'm,
Sam's question came up first. We have to deal with that. My point or question would be, the purpose of this discussion is to approve increases in marina fees for 2024. That's the statement. It doesn't say 600 or 1,200. It says we're going to discuss and approve the new rates. That's what I read.
right, but
We haven't been, and his point, Sam's point really should be in the discussion that we have when we discuss it. I mean, it's a valid point. I hear what he's saying, but the proposal is to discuss it and come up with the fee.
right, the order though should be, right, to recuse.
Well, he beat you to the punch. Parliamentary procedure would say, first comes first. And
It's inappropriate. If
There's a
you're-
motion on the floor. Can we vote on it, please?
You can't, if
the-
someone, people are being asked to recuse themselves because they have an interest, it's uncommon to other members, can't participate in the vote or you cannot participate in the vote or the discussion unless you're refusing to recuse yourself. And that's what I'm asking you.
I believe they can participate in the discussion. They cannot participate in the vote.
You're asking us to vote on his motion.
And I would like to point out that every year we vote on marina fees increasing as a board, and every year the board's own votes. There was no issue. So I'm not sure why there would be an issue tonight.
Because you're altering the budgeted recommended amount, and you're who is the beneficiary? The current wet slip tenant. So you guys are decreasing what was recommended in our budget.
Point out that you yourself numerous times said this was strictly advisory, that the board does not have to adhere to it. It's strictly advisory. So that is
Like,
I'm just asking I'm just following up on are you planning to recuse yourselves before we get into discussion? That's all.
My hand is up.
go ahead, Lori.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Lori.
That's okay. So I have just a couple of comments. I've just been listening to this discussion and everybody says, this is what the voters approved. This is what the voters approved. They didn't approve anything. They weren't asked to approve to vote on anything. It wasn't a vote on the ballot. It was an advisory vote. So it's a non-committal vote. Secondly, the way maybe some might see it is we are not benefiting, meaning I do have a slip at the marina. We are not benefiting from this. We are being injured by this vote. We are possibly being injured by an increase. We are not benefiting by, if we weren't doing a normal regular increase, and, I don't think anyone here would object to it. But the finance committee looked at things. You have not had an opportunity to review the finance committee's recommendation. What's being proposed is against the finance committee's recommendation. We will have a recommendation. These amounts were not brought before the finance committee. And I have a lot to say about it, and so does every single member of the finance committee. So I think we should go ahead and enter into discussion. I will not recuse myself because I don't feel I am benefiting differently than any other member who is a slip owner is benefiting. If you can be a community member on the long range planning committee, I can be a community member who leases my boat, who leases a slip at the marina.
Thank you, Lori. Rob?
From a
Rick, yeah.
From a procedural standpoint, I'd like to call the question. Sam had a motion on the floor. It was seconded by Sonia. I'd like to see us vote. and so we can get out of the deadlock and move forward.
So could you restate the question,
The motion?
the motion? What,
Yeah.
that's the question, yeah.
The motion on the floor currently by Sam was that we don't discuss the marina fees as they are on our agenda currently, that we would either vote as the advisory vote came back to raise the fees $1,200 with no further discussion. That's the motion on the table right now. And that was seconded by Sonia. Take a vote. All in favor of scrapping what we have and following Sam's motion for the $1,200 fee increase.
Can I make a suggestion that might make this a little easier? If you break that into two votes, right? One would be a motion that regarding the adhering to the increase as proposed to the community members. And then the second motion would be to break up the other section you're talking about where it's referencing. There's several items in here, like what
Well,
you were talking about.
Let's just,
Point of order, point of order.
Yeah, let's
There is a motion on the floor. It's
Yeah,
been
with-
seconded. It needs to be voted on. And then if you want to do something else, you can. but
yeah,
Move forward.
let's continue on. We have the motion and the second by Sonia. Take a vote. All in favor of Sam's motion? 2, all opposed? And
Lori wants
Lori,
to vote.
Lori as well. All right, you fail. Motion fails. Okay, back on to 7B, approval of request for 2024 marina fees. Joanne?
In 2023, SVCA hired Ashton Engineering to complete an evaluation of the marina docks. This evaluation identified that the docks would need to be replaced in 2029. To determine the cost of replacing the docks, SVCA hired Ashton Engineering to design a replacement and prepare an engineer's estimate. Ashton Engineering developed a design and produced an estimate of approximately $1.5 million to replace the docks. Replacing the docks would trigger requirements for additional work on the shoreline, increasing the total cost of this project to about $1.9 million. An advisory vote regarding funding options for the replacement of SVCA's marina docks was included in the November 2023 election. 3 options were presented and received the following number of votes. Option 1, increase annual wet slip fees by $1,200. That received 634 votes, or 63.8% of the people voting on that question. Option 2, do not replace the docks at the end of their useful life. This option received 197 votes, which was 19.8% of the people who voted that question. Option 3, create a 6-year special assessment of $9 per month, and that garnered 162 votes, or 16.3% of those voting the question. The approved 2024 budget was prepared using the first option, which increased the annual wet slip fee by $1,200. A majority of members supported this option. But some members have raised concerns about the proposed plan. And not all of the members who raised concerns have wet slips. These concerns include an increase of $1,200 annually is too much. The estimated cost of replacement is too high. Other funding methods would be more fair. I'm going to add a fourth one. Now, the fourth one is that in practice, people use those docks for other things. Now, I don't think they're meant to be used for other things, but people who launch from different places, like some of the other land areas, or if they launch at Blodell, people pull up apparently, I didn't know this, but they pull up at the marina docks to pick up passengers from Sun Valley. And those who use the marina can confirm this. I've also found out from residents, because I've talked to a lot of people, not just the board of directors, but the people who come through the Welcome Center, and many of them have an opinion about the docks. But other people have said that it's easy for agile people to get around the gates on those marina docks. And so you routinely see people fishing off of those docks. So I think that while it is absolutely true that a very small proportion of people have wet slips, that those docks are put to other uses. Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I'll get to just my opinion in a second, but let me finish. To address these concerns while still responsibly funding the eventual replacement of the marina docks, I propose that the fee for wet slips be increased by $600, not $1,200. Also, that the board would then approve moving $52,200 out of the 2023 operational budget surplus to SURF, which would make up for those lower use fees. Third, I recommend that SVCA seek a second dock evaluation, replacement design, and engineer's estimate with which Ashton Engineering's work can be compared to determine if the price is, in fact, too high. And last, that a work group be formed to research and recommend alternate funding approaches for the replacement of the docks. This approach ensures that we keep up with the planned funding of the dock replacement while giving us time to pursue a second opinion and consider the viability of other funding options that have been put forward. To that end, I have prepared a schedule of proposed fees, which includes a $600 increase for those prices that include a wet slip. Dry storage increases by 5%, kayak storage by 4%, and I'm looking at the resident charges here, and that there would be no increase on launch pricing. We had a significant increase in the price of launch passes last year. And we saw a decrease in the number of passes that were sold. So I think we're at the right price point for the launch passes. So I would request that the Board of Directors approve the proposed marina fee rate increases and the movement of $52,200 from the 2023 operational surplus to SURF. The real reason that I support this, in addition to these things, which are all true facts, to me anyway, is that our community has a tendency to become mired in controversy. And to take a stepwise approach to resolving a problem, to take time to get additional information to prove or disprove the expressed opinions of some members of our community that the pricing that we put out there is too high and that alternates might be less expensive, seems a reasonable thing, especially since we have an operational surplus that can defray a significant portion of the fees that are needed in order to make up the portion of the funding that would not be collected from wet slip renters. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, Rick had his hand up first and Sonia.
I've got several questions. I made notes to myself. So the $1,200 increase that was on the survey, the member survey, how did we come up with that number? Because it looks like to me that amount of an increase would generate just over $100,000 a year, which would be $500,000 after 5 years. It's going to cost 1.5 to 1.9 million. So it's between a fourth and a third of the cost of the total rebuild. So that was my first question, is how did we come up with the users paying for that percentage, whatever that turned out to be? What is the lifespan of the new dock? And to for estimate, we have 3 different levels of slip pricing. $600 is a higher percentage of the lower one and a lower percentage of the higher one. I don't know how many of which ones we have. But maybe whatever percentage is maybe 65% increase or whatever the number might be, evenly distributed rather than 600 as a number. I think getting at least one other estimate of what it would cost to rebuild would be prudent.
So
And-
I'll-
and
can I-
where-
Can I start answering, or it's
Yeah.
hard to remember all of them? Sorry.
No, but
I have done some work to get comparable, air quotes, pricing for slip rentals from other ports. And there are no comparables for the freshwater docks that we have. The other docks that are available, you have to be in that little association, you know, and you buy the dock along with your at Wildwood. And of course, there's no docks at Blodell. You just have to launch. The other docks are all privately owned, is my understanding, that they come with homes that happen to border on the lake. So there aren't any real comps. But when you look at Port of Bellingham, and when you look further north and further south along the coastline, now those are ocean-going boats, so they're larger, but the average wet slip fee was about 2,300 a year is what I saw. And so when you increased the fees, it's still below that market pricing. So it seemed like a reasonable compromise, although it was still a huge jump. It's still, you know, okay, it's not ocean-going vessels, it's smaller vessels, so they're shorter, and most of the other fees are set by the length of the boat. Rob, am I getting this right? Yeah, I see you nodding. Awesome. Because I'm not a boater, but I learned. And so we tend to have shorter boats at our marina. And so that pricing felt like market pricing. It is a significant increase. Okay, so that's the first thing. Why did we not get a second estimate? We could choose to get a second estimate, but the importance of taking action last year is not to be understated. We previously had only set aside a much smaller sum for the replacement of those docks, and that was based on a years ago estimate for what the replacement costs would be. This was brought to our attention by Ashton Engineering when they were out here looking at something else for the launch dock, and they said, "Hey guys, we happen to know the number you have in your reserve study, and we think you ought to look into that because it's not going to be adequate." So that was a real aha moment. The board at the time took the initiative to say, yes, we will approve and we will commission and pay for a study to create a design and get an estimate so we know approximately how much we have to put away. And the treasurer and me and the finance director and all the other board members who voted for the budget thought that that was a prudent thing to do, right? To use that new pricing for the reserve study and to say in 2029, and, you know, the engineer says it's approaching end of life. If it goes out in 2029 or 2030, you know, who knows, right? Things happen. But it was prudent to make all those moves and to make those decisions. So that's how it came about. There's nothing to preclude the board from saying, yeah, we do want to get a second opinion. It's not like it's attached to these fees. I just think that it's such a big expense that would seem to make sense, which is why I've included it here as a recommendation. Regarding the allocation of fees, the reason I didn't prorate it is because there are very few of the higher priced slips. Because our docks are curved, some of the slips are longer and or wider than others because you can't really curve a boat. And so there's only a few slips that accommodate longer boats. That's why the waiting list looks a bit chaotic because somebody with a very much longer boat not only has to wait for a slip to open, but they have to wait for a slip of the right size to open so that they can maneuver into it. It's not like driving a car, right? Boats on the water tend to move back and forth. So I guess maneuvering out there is a little challenging. So the reason I didn't prorate it is because, like I said, we had very few of the premium slips, or relatively few of them. It's not equally distributed. And the community has really connected and attached itself to this idea that there's a flat fee increase. And so I just continued that to show that equity could be maintained by taking a halfway measure, by saying, I tried to craft this so that we could recognize that it is prudent to put away more money. And it may be that the slips are worth more money, and that would be a thing to do, to recognize and use that fee. But we also need to address, I think, the concerns. Is it the right price that we have in our reserve study and in our capital budget? Can we have an equivalent that costs less money? I think that's worth pursuing. So, and your other questions, because I interrupted you, Rick.
Anybody else?
I think that was, I had one other thought that crossed my mind though, and it had to do with Lake Whatcom being a drinking water source and what the long-term projection of maybe not allowing any motorized motorcraft in the future. I'm not aware of any discussions. I'm new to the community, so I don't know, but I know some lakes are motor free just to try to protect the quality of the drinking water.
Yeah, we've actually, actually, I think AJ and Nancy actually had a lot of insight on this. So AJ's not here tonight, but he's on the board, and Nancy used to be on the board. So she's attended some of these meetings that they've had regarding the drinking water and non-boating anymore. And I guess according to both of them, who AJ said the last meeting was standing room only, and it was a resounding, no, you're not getting rid of boats off Lake Whatcom. I guess, and I don't know, Rob, you might have a lot of insight on this. Well, you know the boating community. so.
Totally agree with that. Same with Lake Samish. There was a push a few years back to limit motorized craft on Lake Samish, and that there was big pushback on that as well.
Yeah, so.
And Lake Whatcom is a very large lake.
Yeah, so not to say that it
Right,
wouldn't
that
happen in
one
some time, but currently it seems like all opposition is against that from happening. But I do hear your point.
Yeah, I mean, my thought is, okay, we invest a couple $1 million in a
No.
dock and then we can't use it or sell the slip because they're gonna
Yeah.
nix a boat.
To be fair, the current ones have lasted 50. Because we're 50 years old. When were they built though, Rob? Was it in the 70s?
It was initially in the 70s. Linda thought that there may have been some rework out there in the 90s. But what I can tell you is on the salt, on the marinas on the salt, they're like Des Moines Marina. There's floats out there that are 50 years old.
Yeah.
They're on the salt.
Yeah, and I can say that the engineer's estimate was really clear. They tried to look at simply replacing the flotation, which is what they can observe failing. But because of the unique design of our curved dock, they couldn't buy standard units to sub in. So they had to, create a new structure.
And also, I might add, their styrofoam that's encased within cement. Styrofoam is not it's not an approved flotation system anymore. It's all tub floats. It's the black. You see the new docks out on the lake where homes are replaced them. They're all on tub floats now.
Thank you, Rob. Sonia?
Yeah, so bear with me. I have a couple of comments. So it appears to me that the motion that's listed on here doesn't actually address your these other recommendations that you have in here, where you're asking that well, you've got this proposal and it says about the use phase, but up above it, it says let's see here. Sorry. That part where you're, sorry, I'm pulling it up.
Okay.
where you're asking about the board seeking a second dock evaluation, replacement design, and then a work group being formed, et cetera, but it's actually not reflected over into your motion. I wanted to, number one, so I had, like I said, I had a couple of things, but number one, I'd like to recommend or suggest that there's a second motion, but the second motion to read it just slightly differently, which would be to seek an additional engineering cost estimate. I think that's totally fine. And then number two, forward the alternate, funding inquiry to the Long Range Planning Committee. That's what it's designed to do, is to seek community input and to gather this information. That's exactly what that committee is for. And then to reevaluate the fee next year based on the new information from numbers 1 and 2. There'd be a second motion. You've got the one motion with the dollar thing that you're putting forward, but then the second motion that actually addresses these items that you had
Follow-on
listed
items.
inside there. Yeah, I'm just suggesting. But then I just want to say that, like on the Marina dock advisory measure, an overwhelming 84% of votes either supported the $100 per month wet slip fee increase, or they did not want any community funds going towards the replacement of the wet slip docks. As a matter of fact, 20% of the membership voting favored not contributing anything to the replacement of the Marina wet slip docks at all. Additionally, I have concerns about utilizing the 2023 surplus and because just even based on the GM report tonight, we're hearing that we had a lot of additional unplanned, unfunded hazard trees, and we're almost out of money for that. I'd like to see any surplus or direct it to UDR, and that impacts all of the community, not just the 87 people at the Marina docks. I'm not comfortable with utilizing surplus to decrease user fees for a small group of people for their recreational pastime. So the responsible action would be to listen to the membership who voted for the Marina wet slip tenants, begin contributing to the cost of an SBCA asset that only benefits those 87 boat owners. This is literally 1/3 where the community members, they were only asked to contribute ultimately 1/3. You could do that. It should be occurring anyway to help start contributing to the cost. You can use this time this year to reevaluate, because some of you have had those slips for years and years and years and years. While other people sit on that wait list and don't even have an opportunity. You need to, as a community, reevaluate how the marina is operating and functioning anyway, potentially consider putting a lottery system together where this becomes a more fair thing. So definitely there needs to be more that we look into and discuss this year. So, but that being said, I'd like to recommend and suggest breaking it into 2 motions.
Thank you. Lori?
Yes, hello. Well, first, I want to give the recommendation of the Finance Committee and go over what the Finance Committee did. So we took a look at what we had the ledgers for 22-23. It was a very extensive review. We only got through 23, but we'll be happy to go back through 22. And we did an evaluation of allocating expenses to the marina, meaning dividing up the marina into the wet slips, dry slips, launch, kayak, canoe, separating that from the restrooms, separating that from the dog park, separating that from the playground, separating that from the pavilion. Now, the pavilion, dog park, everything is definitely operating at a loss. The marina, however, contributes a substantial amount of funds to our general operating funds, which goes to support our playgrounds, our pools, our staff salaries, everything in general operations. So what the concern is that we have a common asset which is owned, which each owner owns an undivisible amount of the marina. So the marina, meaning the wet slips, dry slips, the whole kit and caboodle, is owned by the community. It is not owned by 88 people. It is used by 88 people. I don't know how many individual people use the gym. I don't know how many individual people use the uh, quiet pool. I don't know how many individual users use the Gate 5 park. I don't know how many individual owners use those facilities. We do have an information on how many use the marina, meaning the wet slips, the dry slips, the launch, the kayaks, and all of that. Plus, we have a little bit more. What we recommended is we don't rush, that we continue to look and evaluate. We do have, so first, you can't even compare Squalicum Harbor. It's like saying taking your house here in Sun Valley and then taking it something on Mercer Island and saying, we're going to use Mercer Island as a comp. You can't do that. I have found comps. I found comps in Lake Roosevelt. I have found comps, even though there's salt water, but down by Olympia in a homeowners association similar to ours, the average for a wet slip is $1,000 to $1,200. And all of those marinas had substantially more amenities, such as, maybe a water or a bait shop or something added. We don't, nor if you pulled most of the the renters, the leasers of the wet slips, they don't need them. They don't want them. It's just not necessary. We would rather have, a dock that's functional versus a Cadillac dock. And is the dock that was recommended at the 1.9, was that a Cadillac dock or was that a comparable dock? We need to look at all of those things. So the finance committee, after hours and hours of data putting all the data together, and I will share that will be posted soon, going to Joanne tomorrow with the minutes of the finance committee meeting, because I know it wasn't recorded, so you couldn't all hear it, but it will be all in the minutes along with the data that was put together. We recommended at this time, not saying that it couldn't come later in this year, but after we did a review of everything, then put out a recommended increase. The other concern is this is an increase to the fee. This will go into the general operating fund. There is nothing saying that the $600, $1,200, $2,400, whatever amount is going to be dedicated to the dock replacement. So before I would approve any motion for an increase, I would also want there to be some inclusion that the money will be moved to a dedicated fund to be held for the dock replacement. Otherwise, a future board could come in here and have all that money and use it to cover the swimming pool. There's nothing protecting those funds from being used for a purpose other than which it's intended to be used. So I think that really needs to be clear and put up there. I think a vote to move this, to collect additional fees or to increase our fees and to dump it into the general operating fund, I think is very, very irresponsible. I don't think that is, we're being an advocate for those money. I think we need to have something in there that says it needs to be dedicated, moved into a dedicated fund rather than being in the operating fund. We cannot do a special assessment on 88 people.
Right,
That is
Lori-
so
Lori,
far
so-
against, I'm
Lori,
sorry?
am I understanding you correctly that any monies that we were to put in extra, like if we did vote, we're going to do the $1,200, there's no special place for it to go? It just goes in the general fund? It's not earmarked?
Any fees collected, whether it's for the slip fees, when we charge for pool fees, these all go into the operating account.
It was intended that this would.
Intent
go into the
is
reserve.
not a guarantee. Intent is not a guarantee. There is no guarantee that these funds could not be used for a different purpose.
Yeah,
And to
you can
raise
amend the motion
fees,
to
it would need to, we wouldn't be, like I said, I think there absolutely needs to be part of this, is that not only, and why What happened to all the other rec special assessment fees? I mean, we are not managing our money well. We are, in my opinion, and in the opinion of everybody who's been looking at the books closely, we are not healthy. Our reserves are underfunded. We are not healthy. And I invite anyone who has questions about that to please come, please attend the finance committee meeting, and we can go over all of that, where we're underfunded. We did have a substantial dues. If you look at our dues that was in effect, our monthly dues in effect on January 1 of 2023, and our dues that went into effect January 1 of 2024, it was over a 10% increase. So we increased our dues over 10%, January 1, 2024 over January 1, 2023, over 10%. And that is simple math. You take our
That's
regular
not-
assessments.
It is simple math. It's not accurate though.
It is absolutely
because
accurate.
no, it
It
is
is
100% not
absolutely
accurate.
accurate.
I'm not,
We've been through this before.
yeah, let's hold on. We got more questions here. Yeah, and it doesn't.
So what I'm saying is, I think we need to, I don't think this is ready. I don't think that this is ready. There should be, more research, and I don't think our community members were,
Okay,
this
thank you.
advisory vote was a leading vote. It was loaded. It was loaded on the front end to strike down.
Can you mute Lori?
Am I, okay? I'm not done, but I'll mute.
Lori,
I think-
you're like breaking up or some weird things happening there. We can't hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Breaching.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, barely. Go ahead, talk louder.
Okay,
Right.
so I just think that the advisory vote was a loaded advisory vote. The information was not presented accurately to our members, causing voters to vote without the proper knowledge that they needed to make an informed vote. I think we misled our members. And it's just seeing everything. I mean, we really need to look into this. It's not as simple as raising it $1,200. What would we do if this funds did not get set aside and it got used for something else, and then 2029, 2030, whatever came around and we didn't have the money? What are we going to do?
That's a fair question.
It needs to be designated, and it has to go into operating. It can't just go straight into another fund, because that would be putting a special assessment on a small portion of our members on an area that is owned by the membership in whole.
Okay.
So there's
Right,
certain
Lori.
things we can and can't do, and that is one thing we cannot do.
All
So
right,
if
thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
On to Stu.
Thanks, Keith. To a few points. First, I agree with Lori that this should be looked at a little bit further and evaluated. Also, Joanne brought up at the last meeting that any use fees go into the operating budget, and there is not a mechanism to move them from operations into capital repairs. So that was something that had to be addressed, and I'm assuming that people who've been on the board a lot longer than I have probably knows how to address that. But that is something that has to be addressed, because we cannot impose a use fee and have it directed towards a specific capital repair. Am I too close to the microphone now? Okay. So, that's part of it that has to be addressed. My other question is when does the fee schedule need to be approved by Joanne?
Last year, we approved these fees in January. It's now February, and we would like to mail out the renewal contracts because they need to be finalized by mid-May. And believe me, it takes every minute of that time to get them back from owners.
Okay, thank you. So that's kind of an important question. If we're going to do further research and evaluate things further, we need to know when we have to have the information in, and it seems to be pretty soon. So, I mean, I think what does merit further research, evaluation as to what the fees are. And probably the motions that are currently in this actually need to be tabled, but I'm not putting that out as a motion right now, but I'm just throwing that out that I think it needs further discussion.
Need to have further discussion? Is that what you said? All right, thank you, Stu. Linda?
Okay, I'm going to go down a completely different path, folks. Let me begin by saying I have no skin in the game as it applies to the wet slips for the marina. I'm against the suggested marina rates for funding the wet slips by imposing an increased fee to anyone using the wet slips and set aside in surf. When funding our capital reserves, each member, whether a developed lot or a vacant lot, pays an equal amount set into that fund. Currently, that amount is $36.10 per month. By suggesting that the 88 wet slip owners pay an additional funds is not how the association funds capital reserves. No additional monies were proposed to increase surf contribution. We're lacking in funding when it is the responsibility of the board to bring forward increased capital dues within the limits of the 7% budget cap. No increase in this fund has been proposed since 2020. Any dues increases were below 7% or non-existent and focused on operations for ensuing years to the present time. In 2024 reserve study, if anybody's taken a time to look at it, that's on the board, with moderate funding increases between 2024 and 2029 in the surf account would result in adequate funding for the marina wet slip docks. No special assessment for 6 years, folks out there in the audience. No additional surf funding put up by wet slip owners. Simply modest increases in surf dues in the years between 2024, that'd be 25 now, we've already voted, and 2029. Had that additional $105,600 been allocated to all the owners in increased dues that would have required us all to pay an additional $2.97 per month, bringing our surf dues to $39.07, well within the 7% cap. So the whole idea is in 2025, that's what we need to do. You're going to have to start using that 7%. You have to not have no increases to your dues. We're not doing ourselves any favors. I was shocked when I looked originally at the reserve study specialist. They were talking about for 2024. He said, well, your dues need to be $37.11. And I'm like, no, they're only 36 cents. That's $1.01. He always considers our full membership, which at that time was $31.21. And it was like, I understand that we're at 95%, and that's basically what I base this all on. We need to go back to the table and we need to start growing our surf. We're not doing ourselves any favors. And yes, the membership would pay extra dues. No special assessment that's going to really jack your dues up. You're just going to work within that 7% that we've all agreed to. And that's the way it should be done. And I will be voting no.
Thank you, Linda. Sam?
Yeah, I would like to bring up some trends. And when I moved up here in 2011, I was renting. I brought my boat with me. I walked into the wreck, folks, and I got a wet slip and a dry slip. Just walked right in there and got that. And I checked out the price, and I just couldn't turn it down because I was just checking, and it was ridiculously cheap. $840, and there was no waiting list. I just walked right in and got that. I had that for a while, and then I just wasn't using it enough, and I gave it up. But then as far as trends go, I experienced it in Las Vegas when I had always spent time on Lake Mead, and and that place was quiet. And then California people had run out of room to play with their boats, and they started heading that way. And not in small numbers. It's like all of a sudden they had to make reservations 6 months ahead to get on a lake near them. But they found out that Lake Mead was open, and they fired up them big trucks and just flew on over there with big boats. And at any given time, it became 100 to 200,000 boats showing up on Lake Mead then, and flooded the place. And I would like to say that that's possible that that's what we are having here also, because the boater increase, especially our waiting list, which is it's interesting phenomenon, but these people must be coming from boating communities, and they're coming up and signing up, and they want to play too. And at that point, we are being grossly unfair to dues payers that when our list is piling up. And one way to slow some of that down is to get market share on those slips and push it up, and then see what happens, and start rotating some people through there. And it's also something to consider in the future that we could actually rent out segments of that thing on 2-week rentals and spots. So people all throughout, all those boats parked over there, somebody has family coming over, they could actually rent something out, and we could share it with each other then. And it's going to have to be something looked at because of the sheer volume of people that are coming up on a play on that. And then just to reduce it down, it says, well, these people have had it forever, so tough. It's like, then it's no longer an amenity. It's just a special service that only a few people get. And by having people being sold on the idea, oh, look at the amenities that you'll never get to use, but buy into our community, that's a little misleading. And by raising those dues also, it's like by raising the fees, if there is empty spots, there's some other folks somewhere, non-members, that would pay that and fill those up. And so that thing could bring in money to help the general fund. But in the meantime, though, we're shortchanging a lot of people that I hear it all the time. We want people buying into here. More people buying in, property values go up. Well, they should get a fair shake also. And that's going to need to be split up in possibly lotteries, possibly short-term rentals, which would let a lot of people use those things. And also you could generate more money per slip if it's short-term rental. Thank you.
Hey, Sam, I just have some information for Sam here, if I may, just to read
Go
a
ahead,
very
Lori.
short, just to read a short sentence of our filing for our nonprofit status. It says the use of the adult center pool and rental of boat wet slips and boat dry storage in the marina is limited to community members' use only. So per our filing for our nonprofit status, we should not have any non-owners in that slip. We have done a very thorough review and audit of both our current occupants and our wait list. On our wait list, we have cleaned it up. There were several people that had moved out, people that didn't have boats, people that didn't live here, people who didn't have complete information. On our audit of our wet slips, when we did our evaluation of the cost, we found over $7,000 in bad debt for the marina. Like, well, how could the marina have bad debt if you don't pay your slip fees, your boat's out of there? Well, it turns out that there were some members there were some slips that were billed as non-members. The people came in to pay their bill and said, hey, we're members. So instead of adjusting the fee, they created a bad debt for the difference between the non-member rate and the member rate. That will be adjusted for the December year-end financials. But so we know that there was some misbilling. However, upon review, we have found people that have moved out of here and are using their neighbor's address to secure member rates at the marina. This should no longer be tolerated. I will make a proposal in an upcoming meeting that we use 1 year to give members a chance to find someplace else for their boat. Because this is a
I think
community
like
amenity
190.
and
Yeah.
it is not allowed, we are not allowed to have non-community members leasing, though, using those facilities. The whole Marina Park is stated for members use only in our application for our nonprofit status.
So
If we are-
I would like to address that very quickly.
Okay,
I looked into that and you're absolutely correct. The filing does designate certain select amenities as being reserved for the use of members only. However, our filing is our application for the tax status. And based on current publications of the IRS, they very clearly state that an HOA may not reserve amenities and retain that tax status. So it doesn't matter what's in the filing. It matters how the IRS implements the requirements to retain the status. And I am not a tax lawyer. And I would suggest that we need to ask one before we make any move in this area, just to confirm. But Lori, you're absolutely correct. Our
Completely
filing
agree
did
with you,
include
Joanne.
that, and it's
Thank you.
somewhat clouded and confused by the
Yeah.
documentation, and so we need to put that out for a resolution. in my
great, yeah, definitely we need to follow up on that quickly. Because, I mean, if we have to, we have to, but we can certainly make rules on our waiting lists on who gets priority. And members should absolutely get
She
priority.
had
'Cause
her
this-
hand up, Keith.
yeah.
and
So,
she-
but thank you, Joanne, for bringing that to my attention, and I look forward to, maybe we can have a chat and find out what our next move is in that direction.
All right, thank you, Lori. Sonia?
Yeah, I'm a little, I got lots to say, but I'm, I'm a little hesitant to even
got
dive
30
into it,
seconds.
but yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I do want to say that, you know, got Lori saying that we increased dues 10%, Linda saying we haven't been increasing dues. The reality is that the 7% dues limitation was put into place to protect the membership. It's meant to be a maximum. It's not meant to be maxed out annually. So that's something that we have to be really careful about. That's my main comment about that. But all of that being said, you know, again, I think what I'm hearing from Joanne needs to put forward something so it can go out to the Marina tenants. I agree with Lori that we need to put some kind of boundary on that, some box around any additional fees so that they are only, they only go towards the Marina docks if we increase it. So I guess ultimately the question is, are we deferring something? If we're taking a vote, again, this is me just suggesting it. I would suggest amending the first motion to add those funds, whatever the language needs to be, that they're reserved specifically only for that. I don't know.
We can't do that. You could, though, the board could vote to move the entire amount.
Hmm.
And then it would be replaced by the increased fee. So you would be sure, even before you charge the fee, that it would go to the right spot, if that makes any sense. And the reason that that's viable is because from a cash flow perspective, we require people to pay cash on the barrelhead for their slip. We require payment. So we would be receiving the funds soon in the year. So it's not like we're moving out funds before we would get them back in. You know what I mean? Not appreciably anyway. Plus we're taking it out of the reserve. The reserve will be in excess of 105,000, which is about what we need to move.
What are you saying? The full amount? I guess I don't understand.
Okay, so if the board tonight voted to move $105,000 out of the 2023 operational reserve and into SURF, right? And voted to increase the marina fees by $600, half of what was moved out of the reserve would come back into operational funds. And again, that would create a surplus because we didn't budget to spend that much. And then at the end of the year, And Linda has suggested that we bring fees back much earlier in the legislative year, so to speak, so that this board could potentially vote on it again. We could again choose to move that operational surplus out of operations and into SUR. So you could do it that way and not have to say we designate or we require the board to make this move at the end of the year, because that gets us into a place where I don't think it's good to go. But we have a surplus now, and then we could vote to move it over. You guys could vote, and I don't vote, and then it would be ultimately the same thing.
So that's my concern, is that we say we did vote, oh, we'll put all the money in there, and then 3 boards down the road from now, if something comes up and they decide to take that money that we had set apart to replace the wet docks, we need to use it for something else. And that's simply done. I mean, it's not like the money is set. And then we find ourselves, or the community does, in the same situation we're in now. The docks need. Well, I think that's what Lori was trying to say. We need to figure out a way that if we are going to take this money, to set it aside and earmark it, that it is for dock replacement only. It can't be used for anything else.
So if I
Sorry, Stu,
understand,
go ahead.
if I understand Joanne correctly, what she's saying is take the money out of operations now, move it over to
That's fine this year, though,
the
but
reserves for the boat dock, and then for boat dock replacement. And then when we charge the use fee, it's actually just coming back into operations.
right.
Right.
And that can be done this year, but that would again have to be a vote every year.
Well, it's a vote literally every year how SURF funds are apportioned. So that's not out of the ordinary. I mean, and the idea is not to raise the fee assessed at the marina above what is market. That's another reason that I like not doing the 1,200. If we do 600, we'll find out if that means that half the people find it not to be worthy of that spend, right? Because we honestly don't know. And I appreciate, Lori, that you found other comps or more comparable amounts. And that's another reason to go stepwise. I think the intent was awesome last year and very responsible. We have an important amenity, right? And a goodly proportion of the community voted to put funding towards the replacement of it. The $1,200 fee, as Rick observed, is a third or less of the total replacement cost. So by calling that $1,200 a fee, we've really confused the issue. As Linda pointed out, if we want to fund SURF, we're supposed to increase dues going to SURF. That is exactly how we increase SURF funding. But the intent last year was, hey, these marina slips seem to be underpriced to market. If we increase to closer to what we see as market price, that generates additional income from the marina, which we could use to fund SURF. And that seems fair from our overall observation. Other people don't think it's so fair, but ultimately this boils down to, we have a big expense coming. How are we going to pay for it? That's really the question.
And Rob?
So really good discussion tonight. And I just want to address a couple things I've heard. Sam brought up that when he came here with his boat, there was a lot of
Availability.
there was availability, and that is true. I think a couple of things have happened that have driven our marina to be full. One of them being as people have been retiring and coming up here, and as families are going, this is a great place to live. They want to recreate, and they're bringing their recreation with them. There's been a bit of a turnover in homes. Also, this is just a fact. COVID drove boat sales. If you were a yacht broker or in boat sales in 2020, we were looking in Oregon and California for boats that, Sam, you might come in and say, this is what I'm looking for. And there just wasn't any inventory because the fact is families wanted to do things together. They couldn't go out, they really couldn't go out and get on an airplane, but they could go out onto Lake Whatcom and Puget Sound. And it's just a fact. There are a lot more boats in families right now.
Yeah, I believe 2020 was actually the number one boat selling for first-time boat owners in history. It was the biggest year.
It's huge. The other thing I want to address is, guys, I know I brought this stuff up before, but something to consider. There's going to be some folks in our marina community aren't going to like me saying this, but we're leaving money on the table with 24-foot boats sitting in 20-foot slips. No matter what size boat you have, you're charged the same amount for that slip. And nobody in Puget Sound or in any marina, and I've been in a few, they don't do that. They charge, they measure and they charge for overage. There's that. Nobody has a waiting list that says, just come on, what do you think? And I may own a boat or I may not, or I may leave. There's no vested interest there if we don't have some sort of fee to get on that waiting list. And I have skin in the game because I'm on the waiting list. And if Joanne turned to me right now and said, Rob, do you got $100 to stay on the waiting list? I'd do it because that's the way it works. If I go down to Squalicum Harbor, and I leave here and I go to Squalicum or I go to Blaine, they all have waiting lists. There's a fee. They're going to charge me to get on that waiting list. And I'm probably not going to do that if I'm, maybe it'd be cool to have a boat in 2 years. That waiting list is 2 years. I'll throw my name on it, right? That's not going to happen. So it's getting late. I'm going to be a broken record with this. I totally agree that we need to look at marine operations and get some help with that, The other thing I want to point out is take you back to a little bit of history. The original launch ramp dock was left to decay to the point we had a very strong northwesterly that came in here and blew it out. I think you guys who've been here remember that. We woke up one morning and there was pieces of styrofoam on the launch ramp itself, and the dock was sunk. And we just can't do that. With the dry slips, we're asking for a 5% increase. Guys, we've had 5 increases in 6 years, and I get the market value, and I'm with that. But we've had people that have been launching their boats that have had no place to get aboard once it comes off the trailer. It's just not that safe. We've had previous leaders say, well, these folks can swim out. I've seen them do it. I've had people say to me, why am I doing a 15% increase when I got to swim out to my boat? The launch ramp dock, yeah, there's people that launch and they come over and use it as touch and go to load people. But that was a dock that people use to launch, but also a place where people got to use the restroom. They came off the water, they came in, they'd use the restroom, and they'd come back. So I'm going on here, but I guess I'd like for us to think a little bit about putting a fee on the waiting list. I'm not sure what that 5% is. I guess that goes to ops. I was thinking when I first saw this, is that going to be monies that are going to be set aside to replace the wets? And the overage piece, and let's just not let our infrastructure decay to where it's unsafe. Because that, I got to tell you, that old wood styrofoam dock was unsafe. There's kids' trampolines that bounce less than that back in the day.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. Thanks for
Rick.
Issue. And it sounds like to me that we're in the position where we need to come up with additional funds to maintain this marina dock. So have we looked at replacement? Once we deal with this, I'm trying to look ahead and work backwards. So if, once we get the new dock built in 29 or 30, whenever it is, we need to have a really good estimate of what it's going to cost to rebuild it in 30 years or whatever the lifespan is. And then is it feasible to fund that replacement with the slip costs? I mean, or slip fees? I don't know.
That's how we built the reserve study. So it does, I mean, in the 10-year capital planning, if you look in there, what we put, there is a line item at the top where it has that $1,200 that we were anticipating this fee would go to. And then if you continue to charge that and set it aside just for the Marina dock replacements, you will have enough when you hit that 30-year mark to replace them. So that's how that was calculated out, working in conjunction with our finance director. So it was figured that based on what the engineer reports were. And
So that makes a lot of sense to me then, if that's where that number came from, rather than just pulling it out of the sky. I can appreciate and understand that, and that makes a lot of sense why that number then was put out before the membership.
Yeah, we figured 1/3 contribution from the actual Marina West Slip owners and 2/3 from the community members.
So that 1,200 going forward still only covers a third.
That's right. It would cover a third. And then the same thing, it would continue in the plan. It actually, by the time you get into the 30-year, like once you fund and we hit the 2028 or 2029, after that contribution would actually in 30 years would fully fund the Marina dock replacement.
Oh, so it would be 30% for this one, but 100% for the next one.
Right. But it's also, like you say, it's a possibility to reevaluate how that works. But the reality is that whole area isn't really being funded well. There's a lot of missed opportunities, to grow it out, et cetera. So it would be good if we actually utilize some portion of those fees where they're contributing to the capital of the infrastructure, the repair and the replacement. Laurie mentioned that she's saying that when she talks about the marina is contributing, it's just contributing operationally. It's not looking back over the lifespan of how much it's actually cost us. Our finance director did put a table together when we were figuring that out, and we really don't make a lot of profit off of that marina when you consider the capital expenditures. In the past, there hasn't been a really good, consistent, long-range planning process, and we've just been starting that. And then, so it's going to be real important that we kind of try to figure that out and stay consistent with it.
Thank you.
Right, yeah.
Thanks, Keith. So any idea how long it would take to get a second estimate? To Stu's point about more information.
Well, the question I had is, do we want to get another engineer's estimate this year, or do we want to wait closer to the replacement date of the actual docks? That was one question I had, just because.
There's not enough time, and those our tenant agreements run April 1st to March 31st. And Joanne's team's got to get those.
Yeah.
So that's why I did like the idea of proceeding, we're going to proceed anyways with getting another estimate on it and proceeding, I thought, in one direction, but we'll see how that goes tonight. But yeah, I agree. We do need to get another estimate. Having one is not valid.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not saying don't get another estimate. I'm just saying you can't, it's not going to happen before April.
Yeah, and so to address the list, the idea was, at least something that I was thinking about, might as well say it since we're all Marina here for the last hour, is that the wait list currently, like I said, was 150 to 180 people or something. It's been vetted, and it's almost half of that. We also found about 18 to 22 people that are non-residents that are renting slips here under the resident rates. We also found several homeowners that have two slips to the same address. So not sure how that is. So the idea was, once we get this wait list vetted, get it about half. We have 87 slips. One is for the fire department, and we used to keep one for public just to go in and use the restrooms and whatnot. But if we got that, we went to resident use only, right? That's what the idea would be. So non-residents can no longer rent the slips in like 2025. So we give them a year to figure this out. And then 2025, the slips would come up for residents only. So that would take 20 people off the additional, say there's 80 or 90 people, that would get 20 people into a slip then. Then the idea we're having in my discussions with Joanne, raising the fee up halfway at this point might be an indication of, it might drop some people off the slip, right off that waiting list as well. $600 is significant, I think, enough that it might drop some people off that wait list as well. So I think the wait list thing might go away on its own. We still need to address what we're going to do here with the fees. The fees need to go out to the public. We need to get those out so people can know what to do. Go ahead, Linda.
I was gonna say, so we want to give our members a break at $600. Is there any reason that the non-residents can't be charged the full 1,200? If you look in some marinas, when they charge you for your rent, they charge you so much for your use fee, and they charge you so much for their capital, which is and it's separate, and it's a separate line item. So is there any reason, if you're going to try and discourage non-members who do not contribute, 88 people that are members here that are our members are already contributing dues. Non-members, in theory, give us nothing. So why give them a break? Charge them the full 1,200.
Yeah, they're already, their regular rates for the past several years have already been almost double the,
Doesn't make any difference if
So
you're.
you're right.
if
So
you're-
what?
If you're, no, Lori,
600.
Lori, I have the floor. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Linda.
If they're not paying anything, I don't have to do them any favors. The people that are residents like yourself and other people that have been here and have been paying their dues all along, non-members pay us not a penny. So if you want to discourage them,
That's
So
exactly.
doing the
Thank you,
math,
Linda.
that results in $3,563 for a select slip, $3,220 for a premium slip, and $2,956 for a standard slip. So those are pretty daunting numbers. I don't think we'd have. No, I get it. I'm just saying that would be an effective discouragement.
Yes, it would be. I agree. I agree with Linda. I mean, if we're already about 2 times what members' rates are, so if member rates go up 600, it would be that non-member rates would go up 1,200. I agree completely with you, Linda. But again, Joanne, and so we have, I think knowing and understanding what I mean, as long as we don't have, there's nothing, can't get in trouble doing that. You know, Linda, you could, I mean, sorry, Joanne, you mentioned that we might have something with our tax status or something like that. So maybe we need to look at that like ASAP and find out if we can do that. But and that's what happened I don't know, Rob, maybe was it like 2007, 2008, maybe, when we raised marina fees up a whole lot and the marina became so empty that the only way to fill the slips was to rent to non-members. And some of those non-members are still there today.
Well, that's right. And also when the housing market crash, that's one of the reasons what drove the non-residents opening to them was when the housing market crash occurred. I was told that the dry and wets really opened up, and so we opened it up to the non-residents to fill those slips.
Well, the idea was, once we get the wait list completely vetted down and we did the increase to see kind of next year what the feeling was, what the pulse was going to be. And it is potential that there would be a few wet slips available. That's why we didn't want to necessarily exclude non-residents, because at that point, residents aren't renting. We want to be able to, to open those up to the public in general. It sounds like we have a lot to do still on here.
Well,
But-
maybe it would help to separate everything and not bundle anything together, right?
Yeah.
So perhaps the first motion could be to approve, well, maybe the first question would be who's for the rates as listed? And if we don't like that, then maybe who's for the rates with the non-residents raised an additional 600? And then go through the other points that I raise and recommend for this. Does that seem reasonable? Can we vote on rates now or?
Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, do you guys, I don't know how to do this, but should we vote for the table as it's shown first, or should we vote as to whether we want to amend the table before we vote?
I would recommend that we would amend the table before we vote.
Okay, so maybe you could just move that.
I'd like to move that we amend this proposed fee table before we continue on and vote. Get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Rob. All in favor of amending the table?
So the amendment is to increase the non-resident fee by
Yes.
1,200.
Correct?
Good statement.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so the idea we're going to amend the table to increase the non-resident fees to $1,200 increase. Go ahead, Sam.
Would that be all the rest of it's the same? We're just talking about the non-resident fee of wet slip.
Non-resident,
Right.
wet slip only right now.
So if you have your thing in front of you, it's
Yeah.
those 6 prices that for non-residents only that include the wet slips, and they would go up by an additional $600.
$600 increase.
It'll be wet only and wet dry.
Right.
But now,
And the residents are already increased 600 on the table.
Say that again.
Yeah, residents are showing for 2024 a $600 increase on the table.
say the motion again. I'm sorry. I got a little confused.
No, they'll go. It's okay. Go ahead. It's been a lot of talk, so.
Yeah, I just don't could you say it again, what you're motioning?
Yeah, so the motion right now would be to amend the proposed 2024 non-resident fee to increase that fee $1,200 over last year's fee
For wet slips.
for wet slips and wet dry.
But you're not addressing the resident fees at this
Currently not.
point.
We're going to break it up.
Okay.
Yep. So
Did you
we'll
get to the vote? Okay.
we can break it, yeah, into resident, non-resident. So
Okay.
Do
that's just
do you need a
make sure.
second for discussion then? Do you need, is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, you
That
said.
is the motion. I'm repeating it. That's all, clarifying, if you will. And so that's a second, and then we're looking for a vote. All in favor of amending the proposed fees for non-residents, $1,200. It looks like that's unanimous. Yeah, unanimous.
So
So,
do we
Yes.
want to amend the resident fees?
Yep. So now on to the next motion is to amend the table. Well, actually not amend the table. We're just agreeing to the table.
Well,
All right, so the vote is now. The motion is, are we going to move forward with the resident marina fees that are stated in the table, the proposed fees?
Okay, well, let's clarify, because
Okay.
what you put forward is that you want to only do it at 600 and whatever, and also take our 52,000 in surplus.
no, that's
No,
not.
We're
it's
going to
just
keep
one at
SERP
a time.
separate. Yep, we're doing it separate like you actually asked.
Okay,
So right now, we're just asking, are we going to agree to this current table for the proposed marina fees by the GM? We're going to raise the resident fees $600, wet and dry slips. Wet, dry combo and wet slip only.
Because it's going to take some time to get perhaps a second estimate, is it feasible to adopt a $600 rate for a part of a year with a potential adjustment later in the year?
Yeah, we pay
Okay.
one lump.
It's not a monthly thing. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
but it could be broken up into two pieces. I actually I like that idea.
Like do it for a year now or something?
No, like do it for 6 months. That allows time to get the other engineering report, reevaluate for more community input, et cetera. Look into all the things Rob threw out that would bring in.
Maybe there's a drop off in slip renewals. I mean,
Right.
Well, no one would take a slip for the whole year if they didn't have to, because you can't boat when the water starts freezing. Like your power boat has to come out because the motor's in the water. That's why we've always charged it up front, because it's really only a 4-month season.
makes it.
And so the point, I still think we're gonna have to replace them at some point, right? I mean, irregardless of what the estimate comes back, even 6 months from now or next year from now, they're still gonna need to be replaced, whether it's gonna be 1.9 million or a million or 2.3 million. We don't know that, but still, I think we need the 600 now. Just my opinion. Go ahead, Sam.
Well, knowing the logistics of renting those out and getting the payment and using our staff to do that and not confusing them beyond belief and let them run their course. I do believe that we could schedule tonight, we could schedule another rate check before next year, that we could set the rates for the next year after we get that study. And so we could designate a point where we want to we want to have a meeting for that later this year. But as far as splitting it up during the year, I don't see that helping staff at all, or getting it all done. I see that's it for this year, but yeah, I don't see trying to do 2 rates in 1 year.
No, I agree with you, Sam, on that. I think we would just, like Joanne said, people are only in there for 4 to 6 months out of the year anyways, so a whole year lease, that's about all the time you got to use it. So
We still have the issue, Keith, is if we vote to approve a $600 rate increase, we are approving $600 extra going into our general operating fund. We are not earmarked. That is not any way, that those funds are not protected against use to repair the swimming pool.
okay, so currently that would be is that the finance committee stance on this currently then?
That is absolutely the finance committee stance.
Okay, so you're recommending that the board does not do this currently?
I am recommending that, even if we have to have we have a finance committee meeting next week. We have a board meeting after that. I know this is putting a hardship on staff, but maybe everything can be ready to go except for in the contract, except for the rates to be put in. So when it's approved, all it is a rate in there. If you need volunteers to help fold, stamp, and whatever, I'm sure you could get them to get them out. But I think we are making a decision with our heads in the sand.
So,
Hang on, Stu?
so to address that point, Lori, I guess would be third motion would be moving funds out of operations into SURF to be reserved for the dock replacement. And then the $600, the extra fee would go back into operations. So we're moving the money out. We're addressing the fact that it's not reserved for the docks as it's being collected, because we're moving the money out of operations into SURF, and then the money comes back into operations. Is that correct, Sonia?
So why, but why can't we combine that as one motion and protect
It's
everything?
just amending the motion or doing, like you do one motion where you're approving the fee, right? And then the second motion would be to use that language to move that dollar amount.
And if one passes and one fails?
Because that's gonna be the third motion. If we're gonna make the
Well,
second motion increase in the fees, the third motion's gotta be that those fees are gonna be secure for everyone, for the docks.
Problem is, like she said,
Well, or you
what
could
if
make
one passes and one fails?
Right, and
One
that's why I put them together.
Has to be as
Oh, okay,
one.
Yeah.
do that one together. The other, you know what I'm saying? Like you can do that part together. I'm you know what I mean?
Okay, so then maybe that could be, this is like collaborative motion. Move that the board of directors approve the proposed marina fees rate increases for residents All right.
Yep.
And the movement of whatever amount. And I said half, but you could move the whole thing now too, right? And that gets around the need to designate.
I think you should move the whole now.
Well. 105,000.
Yeah, 105,600.
I think it's important if we're gonna raise
Be a little bit
fees
less
to
because
cover
we got
dock
1,200
replacement,
from
that the
the
whole amount should be
non-residents.
moved.
There aren't that many of them. Said it.
Well, it'll still be a little bit less.
But they have the Marina speed. And that's one thing, they'll, the 600 or whatever it is you do, Gil does a separate thing, and then when that 600 is paid, you can put that in a separate. Sort of
As it comes in.
rather than operation.
It's not a logistical question. It's not a logistical question. It is instead a question of the board's rights. The board has the right to set fees for the use of commonly owned amenities. The board does not have the right the board can move funds, obviously, but the board can't basically change a provision of the budget without putting it in front of the community for a vote. So that's why we always break out in the budget measure 1, what proportion of dues are going to what funds. Does that make sense?
The 1056 has always been put in Surfer Capital. It actually has a line item in the budget all by itself. I have the documents if you'd like to see. That's what's confusing and why I'm saying, why can't we bill somebody? Let's say it's me.
We can absolutely do what you described in terms of billing, but we have the funds, moving them doesn't require us to do that. And it doesn't go into any gray areas either. So I get you though. You're up. Logistically, we could do that.
Where are we at?
What's the motion? Or is there a motion?
Motion to
Right.
move forward with the $600 increase for the table for resident fees only.
And
And
And request the board of directors approve the proposed marina fee rate increase from 105,600 from the 2023 operational surplus to surf. All right, so we're gonna, the motion is that we move that the board of directors approve the proposed marina. I'm sorry, excuse me. Move that the board of directors approve the proposed marina fee rate increases for residents and the movement of 105,600 from the 2023 operational surplus to surf.
We're gonna move it from the 2023.
Operational surplus.
Why would we move it from our 2023 surplus? See, I'm going.
Well, an operational surplus is an operational surplus. I mean, you could leave that out. Doesn't matter. It's just one surplus.
Why don't we just say we're moving it from operations? And we're not touching our surplus and it refers back to.
Already, you need to.
Well, that's why I'm like, I was agreeing with you, where Linda was making a recommendation to where we're actually, as it comes in, it's paid into,
No. Oh,
surf
please, no.
or whatever, it's switched over. I don't know.
Why- If we move it all at once, we have a surplus. We don't have to call it a 2023 operational surplus. We could just call it moving funds from operations to surf.
Want me to take the date out?
No, yeah, I think that makes sense because we're damaging our 2023 surplus.
Operation.
Doing that.
Operations.
From 2023 operations.
All right, the motion is that the board
In the mic?
of directors, excuse me, I'm sorry. Motion is moved that the board of directors approve the proposed marina fees rate increase for residents and the movement of 105,600 from the operations to surf.
Sorry. That's just this additional 600 is what it totals up per person. Is that right? I didn't do the
Residents.
math. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I get a second? No. a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Linda. Okay, all in favor? Six, seven, all right. Seven. Got, who opposed? Linda. All right, approved. Woo!
What about Lori? Lori?
He said, yeah, Kyle said.
I agreed as long as the, still gonna get my butt chewed by finance, but, I agreed because we earmarked that. I, but that doesn't mean I'm going to agree to continue the $600 every year.
Right. Do you guys want to require me to get a second doc evaluation? I mean,
Yes.
That should be another
a separate
motion.
motion and then,
We also need a motion for the non-resident fees.
correct. And then do you want to move to create a work group? Or perhaps just ask the finance committee or?
Yeah, I think.
I don't know what the right thing
The
is.
work group,
Yeah,
like I said, that type of thing is actually under the purview of the Long Range Planning Committee. So the board would, rather than creating a whole new work group, it would be like Long Range Planning. Long Range Planning is directed through our bylaws to work with finance as well on things like this. So it's certainly something that everybody would have input and then kind of report back to the board, but it allows more like community input. You've got people that you can, you're looking at all aspects of it. I'm pointing at Rob because of the points he made. I think that they're all significant. All of those will play into that final decision. And that's really what that committee is about, right? Looking at the whole comprehensive package of what the options are.
I actually wanted to add a couple motions in regard to the things that I described in the overage and in the waiting list fees. I don't, personally, I think we need to move forward with that. So I was going to make motions tonight.
about the wait list.
Yep.
But we also need.
Also, the resident dry slip, I had something I wanted to put a motion on as well.
So
We need to wait and put it on an agenda because we can't just vote on something that we put on an agenda unless we amend it. So we would need to bring those things.
But it's on the fee structure. Well, I'm saying the dry slip is on the fee structure. The other items, I could be happy to bring that next time.
Well, I think what we should do is have a discussion on the dry slip, but right now we need to make a motion on the non-residents, if I'm not correct.
we did that.
You did already?
Yeah.
It was already.
That first.
Yeah, we
Right,
did that.
Okay, then I think then if Rob, you want to have a discussion on the dry slips or
Well,
the
just-
kayak storage, is it, or dry slip?
We approved all the fees,
Yeah,
so they're approved. I mean, I guess you could move that we unapprove them, but it seems counterproductive.
What is your concern? Go ahead, Rob.
I didn't think that we had approved all of it. I thought we were
No,
breaking
just
it
the
down.
wet slips are they
Yeah.
approved.
So on the dries, and I know it's late, guys, I'm sorry, but on the dry slip, I moved that on the fee schedule, the dry slip resident fee be reduced from 5% to 2% increase for 2024.
so just a point of order. I don't actually think you can make motions because you're a non-voting member. That's not to say that they can't.
Pardon me, he can make motions,
Oh,
he
okay.
can't vote.
Okay, all right. There you go. Clarify that. I was gonna just tell somebody else to make it for you.
So your discussion, you'd like to reduce the dry slip fees?
The resident dry slip fee would reduce, my motion is to reduce that from 5% increase to 2%.
Why?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, yeah.
It just goes into operations. I don't think it's needed. I think it's excessive.
That would
How
drop
much-
it.
We have, the dry slips have had 5 increases in 6 years. I think that, I think they're fine. There's been no launch ramp dock. I think give the dry slip.
Well, there will be a launch
Yeah,
ramp
there will
dock.
be coming up. And so I have a little bit of an issue because this isn't even $50 a month for dry storage. It seems reasonable. You know, just me. I use it too, Rob. So I mean, I'm voting against myself, but it just seems like.
Is there a wait list for the dries as well?
Yes, there
Yes,
is.
there
is.
Significant wait list.
Why?
Well, there's a motion on the floor. If you guys don't want to second it, that's okay. We tend to have a lot of discussion while the motion goes out and we discuss a lot and then we get confused. So if I'm cool, it's just how I felt coming into the meeting.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to reduce the dry storage for residents only from, reduce it to 2%. So did you get a number on that? It's gonna be
539
from,
for residents for dry storage from 550, well, it would go up to 539 from a current rate of
528, so it'd be $11 increase. All in favor of, or can I get a second on that motion?
I'll second his motion.
Okay, that's Linda for the second. All in favor of reducing dry slip storage fees for residents only to $539 annually? Okay, all opposed? That failed. So the dry storage slip fee for not for residents would stay the same at $555 for 2024.
What was the increase for non-residents dry slips this year?
5.2.
5.2?
Yeah, it went from $950.50 to $1,000 even. So it's not
Okay.
quite double.
I lost power on one of my devices, so I now can't, there's some things I can't bring.
Dry storage, did we look at that list? Is there a lot of non-residents in dry storage, or is it mostly residents? I was curious.
Yeah.
I wonder if we oughtn't raise non-resident fees up. I just didn't know if there was a waiting list for residents. We could have non-residents fee increase more.
The only thing we haven't checked is the wait list for rye and kayaks.
We checked the rate list for dry, I mean, we just didn't check kayak.
So does anybody think that the dry storage fees for non-residents needs to be increased more than what it is?
Well, if you want to,
Everybody
them-
comfortable?
if you want to make room for those on the wait list, then we could increase the dry slips as well.
So it's being increased, right?
Yeah,
We could
going up,
increase it
from 950 to
substantially.
1,000.
Is it double? Is it about double? I think,
Maybe
I
we should
guess I'd have to make a
1,200.
motion, but what about it just being like double the
Doesn't it say
owner?
21%? You're increasing it 21%? Am I not reading that? What is this saying? From 23 to 2024, 21.8% increase?
No, that's for a combo wet dry.
Oh.
So if you just look at the dry storage, it's a
Okay.
5.2 increase. It's currently $950.50.
Okay.
And I'm saying take it up to 1,000 even, but doubling the resident rate would put it at $1,110.
I was thinking 1,200, so 1,110's a deal.
I know, I mean, 1,200 is fine. I mean, whatever.
What do you guys think? I mean, does it need to be raised at all? I don't want to, if we don't need to, we don't need to.
I motion to raise the non-owner or non-member dry slip wet rate to $1,200 a month.
Oh, you just made that motion?
Sure. Did I do it right?
Second.
Hey, Rob, a second. All in favor of raising non-resident dry storage fee to $1,200 annually? No?
It just seems like a big jump. Why wouldn't we just double what the residents pay, like Joanne was suggesting?
Well, we go from 950 to 1,200.
Let us remember.
So it's a $250 increase. So we're taking a vote on it. So all in favor was
1, 2,
it's
3.
unanimous.
Okay. So
Rob?
1,200.
Oh, you're not voting. That's right. Sorry,
I
Rob.
don't get to vote.
Well, you do. We just won't count you.
I have an opinion.
All right.
Okay.
Victory.
She was just going to remind us that the dry storage people also, that are not members, also are not contributing to our operations.
Okay, are we done on anything else on here? Are we good with?
A surplus.
Okay, I'm gonna go out and get an estimate from another dock company, and then I'll bring it back for you guys to approve it. But I understand as just direction to me that we do want to seek a second estimate for the dock.
And I want to talk to you.
And so I would like to maybe suggest then that during the strategic planning sessions, that's part of this where we can talk about the, you know, bringing in additional research, alternate funding approaches, you know, all of the different options that we've talked about that can begin in the strategic planning meetings. So that way you don't have to make another motion. How about that? But we do need to address what you're asking about the surplus for are you still requesting that we approve moving 52,200 from the?
You already voted.
We just moved 105,000.
That's why I asked, was it including this amount, or she said it was just, that would be the total for the $600. That's only $600.
No, that's the full $1,200 was what we voted for.
Dang it, well, I want to take my vote back.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered. You would have been outvoted.
No, well, then, but I would like to go on record that that is not what I was voting for, because I disagree with moving the UDR. I mean, I disagree with moving the 52 to there.
Oh, I think, aren't we just moving the one?
100 times 88.
That's why I was asking.
We're not moving the 105 and the 52.
We are done.
We are.
Last thing, Joanne,
Okay,
when you-
please go on the
do
record
the
that I
second-
did not know I was voting for that. I thought I was voting for the 600 cumulative total to move over.
Hey, Timey?
Just real quick, when we get the second estimate, can we also go to the original company and ask them if there's things that they can review and perhaps look at the
Yes.
numbers again?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Good idea.
Well, these weren't construction companies, they were engineer estimates. Will make a difference. Okay, on to item number, it's still on new business, believe it or not, item 7C. Yes, sir. I don't see why not. You've been here this long. Go ahead.
The main question I had is just from a homeowner's perspective. I've been a boat owner. I've been in a marina slip owner in another state, dry storage, all that different stuff.
Could you state your name again, please?
Sorry, Matt Singleton, 75 Windward. The
Thank you.
question that I have is, I guess maybe the rub from a lot of conversations that I've had with other members, neighborhood members, is everybody says that these are all amenities for us, and we all have the option to be able to use them. The gym, the pool, all these different things. That's absolutely true. And if we are lucky, we could use the marina if we wanted to. If we're going back to an engineering design and a request for different quotes or changes, for the safety perspective of loading and unloading on boats, or the people that are walking around and climbing around the gates to be able to fish, take the gates off. Design it so where there's some public space. I can say that a kayak, when that water is cold, not from here, I'm from Texas originally, that water is cold compared to what I'm used to. I used to boat in lakes that were 90 degrees. This is dramatically different. Getting a kayak and putting in that water, it's a shock to you when you're trying to climb in it. And some people might find it easier to use a dock. Not sure if that is one of those things that at that point, the marina is a community component. It is an amenity that we all would have access to, even though we may not have access to an actual slip. But the people that do drop a boat in for the weekend and they need to be able to go use the restroom, they're running through that gate anyway. Doesn't it lock behind them? Once they go to the restroom, they got to come back. They got to beat on it. They got to crawl around it. Does that put us in a liability as a neighborhood when someone tries to crawl around that and cut themselves open? I mean, so why not make the marina an actual product that everybody could use? Maybe you'll take away some of the strife and the angst from people that don't want to pay for it because they have no capability of using it. Just thought.
Well, thank you very much.
Just to,
Hey, Rob?
Thank you.
I think Matt might be on to something.
Yeah.
Is it Matt? Yeah, Matt. In Tacoma, there is a dock that comes out and then it tilts down so that is actually is about a 30-degree angle so that kayakers can get aboard anyway, maybe that's a thought to add something like that. That I think it's a good suggestion.
Okay, moving on, item number 7C, oh, excuse me, moving on, item number 7C is approve a request, the volunteer program. Gwen?
Hi, thanks. The purpose of this is to request approval for our proposed volunteer program. SPCA's bylaws describe how the standing and ad hoc committees serve the board. In the past, some committees have supported day-to-day operations of the association. For example, the Parks and Trails Committee participated in trail clearing. Can't get more day-to-day than that. And the Communications Committee developed marketing materials and helped to post them. Committees require the involvement of 2 directors and significant amounts of staff support. We propose to create a volunteer program that will enable the association to solicit community support for appropriate operational activities while avoiding the necessity of director involvement in formal committee proceedings. The proposed Sudden Valley Volunteers program will solicit participation through print ads in the Views, e-blast messages, and posted flyers. We'll direct interested members to a web page that invites them to fill out a basic interest form. We'll acknowledge via email all the forms that are submitted. We'll accept interest forms filled out on paper, and forms will be available for download at suddenvalley.com and in person at the admin office. The program will send notifications of volunteer opportunities to members who have said that they are interested. The program will require different documentation for different kinds of opportunities. For example, if volunteers will be supervised by a staff member at all times, only a waiver of liability will be required. If volunteers will not be supervised at all times or will be working with children, for example, if someone volunteers to referee a pickleball match, I mean, we're not going to send a staff person out to watch them referee. They're just going to show up. But we want to make sure that they are above board, so we would also complete a background check and keep that on file. The program would provide all volunteers with a handbook summarizing basic information about the volunteer program, as well as a copy of the relevant SVCA policies. The program will provide all volunteers with appropriate tools and safety equipment needed to perform whatever tasks are being undertaken. And the program would ensure that volunteers are asked only to perform tasks that are outside the scope of work undertaken by represented employees. A couple of additional notes. We would anticipate growing this program slowly to start with simple opportunities such as picking up trash along the roadside or down at the marina. The proposed approach to documentation will limit the amount and types of documents that we will need to keep on file, ensuring that the program operates efficiently. The basic program parameters and the waiver of liability were vetted by Richard Davis, our legal counsel. So my request is that the Board of Directors approve the proposed Sudden Valley Volunteers Program.
Opening up the questions.
Uh,
Sam,
You can't make a motion. You have to make the motion.
we can't.
Are we just going jump
He asked
right
if
into
there's
the
any questions.
question?
Yeah, Sam had a question, raised her hand up. Go ahead, Sam.
I was going to have a question, but right at the end, I felt it was very important to address that was the collective bargaining agreement, craft jurisdiction or jurisdiction, big deal. You could end up paying staff that it's not doing any work because you take their work from them. So as long as we have a formula for addressing every one of those activities, so we don't infringe upon that collective bargaining agreement.
Right. And in discussing this with managers, the concept has always been, we can do this much with staff. If we have volunteers, we can do this much. We're not trying to say, let's do the same amount with fewer workers. We're trying, and a great example of this is water lilies. Last year, we spent 6 man days or person days removing water lilies from Lake Louise along a 20-foot length of the bank. It was an effective method. Sadly, there's far more than 20 feet of bank. And we could have sent the whole crew down there for the entire summer and we wouldn't have gotten all the way around. And we have a lot of residents who can't stand those water lilies and they're willing to volunteer. So if we get staff volunteering to supervise, the added muscle of all the volunteers will help us to clear a much more significant area of the bank. So we're not taking away work, we're not reducing staff, we're expanding the scope of what we take on.
Sonia?
Well, I'm concurring with Sam, but the other thing is, so you say in here that the basic program parameters and the waiver of liability have been vetted by Richard Davis. There was a program, a booklet that was written last year along with this waiver that's what I'm aware of that he vetted. But what it looks like in here is that you're saying this thing will be, your language is that it will be put into a handbook. So you're giving us some generalizations, and I will say that over the last several years, as you know, we have spent a great deal of money correcting errors that occurred because of volunteers, hundreds of thousands of dollars from unsupervised volunteers and the work that they did because they just weren't knowledgeable. So what I'm asking you is are you, because I can see that you removed things from that handbook and that waiver. Are you going, because I'm not comfortable voting for this way. I want to see the full handbook of what's actually the supporting documentation behind it.
We removed the references to policies that don't exist. We removed references to overly restrictive language. We simplified it is all. The basic tenets are the same. And so this is the content that's proposed for the manual. Yeah, this is the content that's proposed.
I'm just saying what he reviewed and what that waiver is associated with is it sounds to have much more oversight from staff than what this is being presented here.
Well, I know what he reviewed, and he reviewed the waiver, and he said, yeah, it's a volunteer program. The waiver is correct. I mean, he didn't stop and say, and now amend page 6. In fact, he didn't look at any of it. He just looked at the waiver. So I can send it all back to him, but the community has been clamoring for this. We have many people who actually volunteer but aren't recognized. For example, there's a group of about 7 people who have maintained the garden in front of the library for the last umpteen years. Of their own volition, they have organized, they show up, and they weed. Last year, I gave them $1,500 worth of mulch, and they were extremely grateful. They carted it in wheelbarrows. I mean, these people were working more than 1,500 hours, I think, last year, which is an amazing number of hours. We have people who live near Sofield Park who go out and mow. I want a waiver of liability from them when they flip over their mower and cut their arm open on the blade. And they're on Sudden Valley property. We haven't stopped them from doing that volunteering, and I don't know how I could, frankly. And it's a benefit to the community. We've had people maintain gardens and common space and other shrubberies and plantings. We have people begging. Last year and over the winter, I had 3 people reach out to me and say, I have a boat. Can I please work on the lily pads in Lake Louise? So, I mean, I get it. But there are risks associated with literally everything you do in your daily life. And this is actually a way to reduce the risk. And we're planning very simple things. We're not going to give somebody, a complicated piece of machinery with an exposed blade to go out and cut trail brush. No. In that sort of an activity, we will have maintenance do any cutting, and we'll have volunteers follow behind them and pick up the brush and move it to the trucks.
But Joanne, we're already using this waiver. So you're actually not asking us to approve a waiver that you're already currently using because we approved it last year. What you're asking us to
I don't think
do,
you approved the waiver
you
last
put it in
year.
front of the board, the volunteer program and this waiver, and you did use it because I was in meetings where people signed them.
Well,
And so,
I'm asking the program to be approved. The entirety of the materials that I've presented here, the approach, the use of marketing to solicit a list of people who are willing to be called on for certain types of activities. That's what I'm asking for approval.
Okay. All right, so the motion on this table is move that the Board of Directors approve the proposed Sudden Valley Volunteers Program.
Second.
That was Timey. All in favor? Uh, Okay, moving on to item number 8, we're moving into closed session, believe it or not, at ridiculous
You have to
time
need a
at night.
motion.
25.
Yeah, 10:25. We need a motion to move into closed session at 10:25.
Motion to move into closed session.
Thank you, Timey.
Second.
Thank you, Linda.
How do I get there?
You go downstairs, Lori.
I'll call
Okay.
you.
Can I take the elevator?
I'll
Do
carry
I?
you upstairs with my phone.
We'll call you on cell phone,
Are
Lori.
you guys gonna wait?
Okay. Okay.
I appreciate your time tonight, guys. That's amazing. Much.
I have said next time. I got motion. Minute, I have to open my stuff.
Yeah, no worries.
Cause I had to modify it. Hang in there. Oh, sad.
I left my water up here. You didn't
Come back in.
Okay, we're back.
Woo, woo.
I'd like to make a motion to move back into open session.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous,
Back into open.
11:38 PM. Okay, we have actions to be taken out of closed session. I will let Linda handle that.
I have a motion coming out of closed session that that I move that the board, SBCA Board of Directors approve the Teamsters CBA for the year term beginning January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2026, including wage revisions for 2 individuals as noted.
I'll second. All in favor? That is Lori still on?
I'm here.
Are you,
Is your hand up?
Yeah, it is.
okay, that's unanimous. All right, that was it, correct? Are we
I make a
done?
motion to,
We're gonna,
a motion.
we're gonna make a motion to adjourn? Is that
Yeah.
what we're gonna do? All right, timing, anyone second timing?
1 minute later.
Yeah.
Alright.
11:42.
And that was Sonia for the second, and we adjourned at 11:40.
You guys, even the streets of Vegas are empty.
Thank you, Lori.